In a few minutes. So for the people that is outside, we encourage you to start coming inside and sitting in your tables. So welcome everybody to the Digital Ag and Advanced Analytics Symposiums. We thank you all for being here. We are excited for the event that is about to start. I want to first thank to all the grad students who organize and lead this event and make this happen today. We are a group of students from many departments, agronomy, geography, statistics, and some other, leading what it's called the Cortiva Plant Science Symposia series. We thank Cortiva. They are our main sponsors, and they will be giving a presentation today. We also want to thank our other sponsors, Syngenta, John Deere, K-Care, the Kansas Department of Agriculture, Microsoft, and the Digital Institute that Ignacio will be presenting later. Now we will see a short video, and then we will start with our first presentation. Okay, so our first speaker, it's Michael Humber. Michael has been working with satellite data for more than a decade. He's focused on challenges related to agriculture and monitoring, data management, and satellite product development. He's currently working on NASA Harvest and is a professor in the Department of Geography in the University of Maryland. So we welcome you, Michael. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the introduction. As mentioned, I'm Mike Humber. I'm based out of the University of Maryland. I'm an associate research professor there. I'm also the deputy director for NASA Acres, data lead for NASA Harvest, and happy to be here talking on behalf of many great researchers out of all three of those organizations and to talk a little bit about what we do and how we work with remote sensing data in agricultural applications under several different research programs. So, as mentioned, I'm based at the University of Maryland. I'm also working with quite a few different programs that are interested in agriculture and how we use remote sensing data in order to improve the quality of information that's available to those that are working in the agricultural sectors, whether that's at the national or regional or global scales. So, I just want to start off quickly here by doing a little bit of level setting and talking about remote sensing data and how we actually obtain that data and how we use that data in order to do our studies later on and how that feeds into our agricultural applications, but also how that impacts what we call the essential agricultural variables. So this is a newer initiative that's spun up out of the Group on Earth Observations Global Agricultural Monitoring Group, looking at how can we gather up these different types of information that we can use to characterize the state of agriculture globally, and how we maintain those data sets and how we can improve those data sets moving forward. From there, I'll talk a little bit about how NASA views its role in agriculture. So the two consortia that I'll bring up are the NASA Acres, which is a newer domestically focused consortium, and the NASA Harvest consortia, which is more globally focused. How NASA views its role through those two consortia as providing a source of data for downstream end users, and then I'll wrap up showing just some examples and uses for that type of data and through the programs that we'll discuss. So, beginning at a very basic level here, remote sensing is a science, it's a tool, it's an art, and I think those 3 points are very important to make because there are things that we can do with this type of data that are not necessarily scientific, but still have an impactful meaning and a way that people can use this data to understand what's going on the surface without having to get into the bits and bytes of it. Just by looking at something like this image here, this is the Butte Fire in California a couple years ago. This is a very dramatized image, actually, where we're overemphasizing the thermal parts of the image to see where the flaming parts of the fire are. And this is actually a source of information that, while not completely scientific, we're not running this through any sort of computer algorithm, we do gain additional information from it. So the idea here is that really what we're doing in a very basic form is getting information about a surface without actually coming in physical contact with it. So this is a very formal definition, but according to that very formal definition, even your eyeballs, a camera, those are technically all remote sensing instruments. You are not touching me, obviously, thankfully, but you are getting information based on what's coming out of my mouth and what you see me doing up here. So this is done using sensors, and I'm going to talk about this specifically in the sense of measuring radiation coming off of a surface. So my emphasis here is definitely on satellite-based systems. That's what we're most familiar with and what we mostly work with under the NASA programs. But a lot of this also applies to aerial and drone imagery as well. So again, starting at a very basic level here, it really is just kind of a study in basic optics and thermodynamics, where optics really is just how we study light and the transmission of light through different media. Thermodynamics here being related to the heat and the transmission of heat and other forms of energy through other media. So in simpler terms, what we're really measuring with remote sensing in the satellite sense is how light and heat interact with a surface, and that surface oftentimes is going to be the Earth's surface or the atmosphere. So on the right hand side here, you just see the electromagnetic spectrum. This is really what we're trying to exploit. We're trying to measure the amount of light coming off the surface in these different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum, and then we can use that to uniquely identify the surface. So, as humans, we are going to interact with two main sources of radiation. First, we have the sun, and then we have the Earth itself. And because the sun and the Earth are at hugely different temperatures, we'll actually see that they emit radiation in very different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. Hotter objects are going to release more radiation as a function of temperature to the fourth power. So as we increase the temperature a little bit, the amount of radiation is going to increase exponentially. And they're going to emit that radiation at a shorter wavelength. This is really important because, as we'll see in just a second, the parts of the spectrum that the sun is emitting from are very, very different from the parts where the Earth is emitting from. And we can actually use that to split our analysis between the reflected parts of solar radiation and the thermal parts of the Earth's radiation. So in very specific terms here, the sun is going to emit most of its radiation between 400 700 nanometers, and the Earth is going to be at a much longer wavelength, around 6900. What we're really trying to do is look at the variations in those measurements that we're making in those different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum and use those to characterize what is happening on the surface. And we do that by measuring the amount of radiation coming off the surface and the wavelength of that radiation. So on the left-hand side here, what we're looking at is this is actually Planck's law, but it's also still illustrating in a way two other very important laws from remote sensing, the Stefan-Boltzmann law and Wien's displacement law, which are characterizing the amount of radiation and where that radiation is found with respect to the electromagnetic spectrum. So if you look at that longest, sort of tallest peak on the left, that's around 8,000 Kelvin. That's approximately the temperature of the sun. And when we see that, you see that that peak is right in that part of the visible image range there. So this is the part that our eyes are actually adapted to. So this makes sense because as a species that's evolved to see in the world that we're working in, we have the most information in that particular part of the spectrum. So that's really what we as human remote sensors are able to get information out of. But if we look at that bottom one, so that the T equals 300 Kelvin, that's closer to the temperature of the Earth's surface, we see that that peak is shifting out to the right and the wavelength is getting longer and longer. So if you then shift your attention over to that slide on the right, you'll see that the emissions coming from the sun are almost completely distinct from the emissions coming from the Earth's surface, and that really allows us to split up our spectrum into different components here. So we have these are the sort of the common wavelengths here. Ultraviolet from the satellite remote sensing perspective is actually not very useful because the Earth's ozone is going to absorb all of that. So thankfully for us, it protects us from harmful radiation. But from the remote sensing perspective, it means that we don't have a lot of information in that particular part of the spectrum. Visible to so from the violets up to the reds, this is where we typically see, and then as we move farther out, we'll look at what are the impacts on the reflected infrared. So this is the infrared radiation coming in that's being reflected by the plant versus the thermal. So this is where the Earth is emitting more of that radiation, and then microwave it being at the longer wavelengths. And again, really, what we're trying to measure here is the Earth's the interaction of the radiation with the Earth's surface. So the light surface interactions really are boiling down into three things. We have an energy budget. We have a set amount of radiation coming in, and all of that, because of conservation of energy, can really be characterized in terms of the amount that's reflected back out to space, the amount that's absorbed by the surface, and the amount that is transmitted through things like leaves near the surface. And our sensors are measuring typically the amount that's going to be reflected in shorter wavelengths or the amount that's emitted in the longer wavelengths. As a rule, darker surfaces are going to absorb more. So, when you're wearing a dark jacket out, a black jacket, you're going to get a little bit hotter than if you're wearing something that's lighter. The same principle applies at all parts of the spectrum. It's not just the visible parts. So we can have higher amounts of absorption and reflection at longer wavelengths, not just the parts where we're seeing. And if we look at the right here, these are sort of some common spectral signatures or fingerprints that the surfaces have. If you look at the dotted line that's kind of going up and to the right, that's typically a drier soil type of surface, and this is going to be just because the surface is going to be reflecting more radiation in the shortwave infrared, so moving out to the right, than we have with something like water, which is going to be absorbing a lot of that radiation. And because of our conservation of energy, if we have a higher absorption surface, it's going to be reflecting less. It's going to have to pull it from some other part of that budget. And this also brings up another concept here of bands. So these are the actual sensors within the instrument that are going to be measuring radiation at those different parts of the spectrum. So as an example here, we have several instruments, and what you're seeing here are these blocks, and the blocks are telling you the position of those bands. So what part of the spectrum are they measuring, but then also the sort of width. So what is the range of those different values that it's measuring? So for example, on the top here, we have this is the NASA's MODIS instrument. You can see on the left, we have some bands sitting in the visible part of the spectrum. There's one band in the near infrared, and then as you move to the right, we get into the short infrared. So a lot of these bands, because we're trying to measure the same types of surfaces. For example, if we're looking at vegetation, the parts of the spectrum that are interesting for that particular surface aren't really going to change depending on the sensor. We need to match the sensor to the surface that we're trying to measure. So we'll come back to this in just a second, but this is generally where we're trying to gather information. And where this really comes into play is when we get into how do we interpret those images. So I always like to kind of start with this example here. This is, without even looking at this, probably most of you know what this is. This is, we're seeing the east coast of the United States. We see the Gulf Stream if you're paying pretty close attention here. But what's important to realize about this, and this is something that I really, kind of like to emphasize, is that when we're looking at images, our brains are actually really just they're very powerful photo interpretation machines. You have never seen this particular image from, well, anywhere, but you also haven't experienced it at the scale. Probably, I don't think many of us here have been to space, so you wouldn't have been looking down on the Earth and seeing this in this particular fashion. But because you've seen maps and you've seen, these shapes before, you're able to very quickly look at this and instantly know what it is, and that's because your brain is very powerful at understanding context. So part of the challenge with remote sensing is, are there ways that A, we can transform this knowledge that we get just by looking at an image from our very powerful image processing brains? And B, are there ways that we can help our brains understand what's happening in an image using remote sensing? And this is where color theory starts to come into play. So those bands I was just talking about, our eyes are designed to see reds, greens, and blues. But with the sensor, we're not limited to those three particular colors. The idea is that we can take different amounts of red, green, and blue and combine them into an image and use that image to interpret what's happening. So if we take the red, green, and blue and we put it into our computer, it's going to show us that image as if we were there looking at it with our own eyes in person. But again, we are not limited to that. We can use the information from outside of our normal range of perception to put into those different channels and create what's called a false color image composite. So that can look something like this. On the top left here, we see what's called a true color composite. So red is red, green is green, blue is blue. And we're displaying this just as if we were to go out and actually look at this place in person. On the bottom right here, what we've done is we've swapped out some of those bands. We've replaced the red part of our image with the near infrared reflectance. We've replaced the green with our red, and replaced the blue with green. And what you see here is a vastly different image, even though it's an image taken of the same surface from the same place. Because we're using that information from that near infrared part of the spectrum, we actually get a lot more definition in the red, and that's helping us distinguish the different parts of the trees. So the trees are not looking as washed out and dark in the bottom right image. We're able to see actually differences in the actual angle of the leaves and how they're reflecting sunlight, because they're reflecting a lot more light in that near infrared part of the spectrum. So recalling that spectral signature from before, we have a much higher near infrared reflectance, and that's showing up in this image. So we can use this to kind of help our brains understand a little bit better what's going on here. Here's another example from the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center in Maryland. It's about 2 miles north of the University of Maryland, where I'm based out of. And if you look on the left-hand side image, look at those green things. Obviously, trees, the dark green is trees. And you can't really tell much of a difference between any of the trees. But if you look at the image on the right, you'll notice that in the very top right, I'll point up here, the very top right, those trees in the top right corner are darker than the ones next to them. And the reason for that is actually that those are needle-leaf trees and the lighter ones are broadleaf deciduous trees. And needle-leaf trees, because the amount of cellulose in leaves, actually are going to absorb a little bit more of the near-infrared radiation than the broadleaf trees. And because we're looking at this information in the near-infrared part of the spectrum, not just in the true color spectrum, we're able to distinguish between those, whereas with just our regular, as we were using with our eyes, could not be able to distinguish between those. Okay, so shifting a little bit here into, how does this affect us for agriculture? What's happening is when we have a healthy vegetated surface, typically in the visible parts of the spectrum, so if you look in the image on the bottom right, that left-hand part labeled with green, this is where there's going to be lower reflection, and that's because the plants are going to be using that part of the spectrum for photosynthesis. There's more energy available there. It's a higher frequency, which means that it's going to be more useful for photosynthesis and converting into biomass. In the next part, in the near infrared part of the spectrum, there's a high reflectance, and this tends to be a calling card of vegetation for us in the remote sensing world. And this is because the plant is actually reflecting that light. It's not useful for photosynthesis, so it's going to reflect that light off to avoid overheating. And then as we move into the farther right section in the shortwave infrared, this is where we can actually see a higher variability. This is due to the amount of water that's in the plant, because water is a very strong absorber. And as we have a wetter plant, that shortwave infrared reflectance is going to go down. As the plant dries out, it's going to go up. So we can actually use this part of the spectrum as an indicator of the water content and water stress of the plant. And if you look here on the sort of left-hand side, you'll see this part of the spectrum corresponds to what we see in the upper right-hand image, and this is really just the different compounds within the plant that are causing that absorption. So the chlorophylls are absorbing more in the blues in this case, and that's causing that dip in reflectance. Remember, getting back to that energy budget, we have more absorption means less reflection. That's why we see this increase in absorption in the pigments corresponding to a decrease in overall reflection in that bottom image there. And we can actually take these different parts of information and combine them to a vegetation index. So I think many people are probably familiar with something like NDVI, the Simple Vegetation Index, and really the goal is to take multiple bands, turn them into one value that can be interpreted. So I think by far the most popular one is the NDVI, the Normalized Difference Vegetation Index. And what we're doing here is characterizing the difference between the near infrared reflectance and the red reflectance, and then bounding that in the range 0 to 1. So lower negative values means it's less likely to be vegetation, higher positive values means that we're looking at something that's vegetated and more likely to be a higher biomass. So a good index, whether this is for vegetation, for fires, for soil, for water, doesn't matter. It's you want it to be a good proxy for some other type of measurement. So in this case, NDVI is a decent proxy for biomass. It's a good indicator of yield, photosynthesis, crop phenology, so on and so forth. And then we can take this and put this into another model. So here on the left-hand side, we see an example of what NDVI looks like spatially. This kind of corresponds well. We see darker green values indicating higher NDVI values in the forested and agricultural areas, and in the deserts, we see lower negative values, indicating there's less vegetation there. But if we look on the right-hand side, we also see that NDVI is a pretty decent indicator of the cycles, the seasonal cycles here, giving us an idea of what's going on phenologically. So from the beginning of the season when we don't have any crop on the field up through the middle of the season when that crop has emerged. So we can actually take this and put this into a system and look at these through different time steps and use this as an indicator of not only phenology, but also crop condition. And on the left-hand side here, we're looking at a drought setting in Sinaloa, Mexico. It was not a great year that year. And you can see that things start out okay, and then as the season progresses, dryness sets in, the condition starts to deteriorate, and the values turn red. On the bottom right-hand side, we see a frost kill in, unfortunately, the same approximate time in the same location where things are going great, and then all of a sudden the frost kill, the frost event happens, and we see the values all turn sharply negative. So these types of systems we can actually use to monitor conditions in near real time. This data only has a 1 or 2 day latency for us. We can also use, again, remember that we can use NDVI as a proxy of biomass. So here we're looking at a drought event that happened in Eastern Europe and the US simultaneously. This was in 2012, 2011, 2012. So this was actually one of those food crisis events where the prices of wheat spiked dramatically. And that was because you had these poor conditions happening in the major producing regions of the world. So we see here on the graphs, we have in red the 2012 season, and then in blue the typical season for the previous 10 or so years. And we see that the actual difference in the peaks, so that gap between the normal NDVI and the observed NDVI from that year is actually a strong indicator of what we expect to see in yield. So for example, if we look at the difference in Kazakhstan, that huge deficit that we see in the NDVI actually corresponds to a 43% decrease in yield for that particular region that year. And then this is just another example here comparing a high, average, and low year. So the red line being the low year, this is in Volga, I think a couple of years before. This corresponded to a 37% drop in grain production in that part of the world. And this is a method that we can actually use and replicate in models. So we can calibrate these to national or county level statistics if we want to, and repeat these throughout the year in order to get a sort of prediction within the season of the ultimate crop yield. So this is actually NDVI is an indicator that goes into what are called the essential agricultural variables. It's not the only variable, it's not the only input, but the idea here is that generally what we're trying to do is come up with a list of the parameters that we need in order to understand the agricultural system as a whole from the remote sensing perspective. So this includes not only the names of the variables, but also what are the specifications? How often do we need that image? How high of a resolution do we need? What are the exact parameters should we be using these models? And then what is the accuracy that we need within those models in order to characterize the surface. So this is maintained by the G20 GeoGlam initiative, and you can go to the website there if you want to take a look. But here are some examples of the variables that we're trying to find data for, and then the attributes that are associated with these. And again, the idea here is not that we necessarily need to have all these right now, but this can be a little bit forward-looking and say that when we have this sensor, we can do this, and it gives us a reason to really kind of push for, in a political sense, the research instruments and development time that we need in order to to get a better grasp on some of these variables. So these are just some of the priority ones for at least from the domestic perspective that we're looking at. There are about 50 total variables specified under the EAVs, but these are the ones that we're most interested in from the acres perspective for what we think we can do in the U.S. With the current instruments and upcoming planned instruments. This is an example of what we call the AgMet indicators, the agrometeorological indicators that we've developed for global applications. And here we see just kind of a blown up version of that. This is tracking those different variables through time within season. So you can go into this tool here at cropmonitor.org/tool/agmet, and you can use this to create a chart of these different NDVIs, precipitation throughout the year. There are little dots on here indicating when you have high temperature or frost events, and you can download this for your region, for your country, and this will be masked out by the agricultural areas within that region. So if we're looking at wheat in Kansas, we're only mapping the pixels where we think that we have wheat in Kansas. We're not including any other water or anything like that in here. This is all pre-filtered for you. Okay, so moving on here into NASA's role. So NASA has recently launched these two consortia, NASA Acres and NASA Harvest. They're meant to be complementary. NASA Acres is the U.S. domestic focus consortium, and the idea behind Acres is that within the U.S. there's a different suite of technology and data that's available that you don't necessarily have at the global scale. So how can we use things at higher resolution like the on-farm instrumentation in order to improve the products that we have, improve the resolution, and also improve our understanding of the system. So this is a newer consortium. It was launched in April of this year. It's sort of the companion to NASA Harvest, which is the global equivalent, looking at how food security and national policy play in, and how we can provide additional inputs into those types of frameworks using the remote sensing data. So these are quite large consortia. They are administered by the University of Maryland, both of them, but they really rely on these large networks of partners. And you actually see many of the sponsors of this event are up here in our partners list. And the idea behind Acres is effectively taking that data from the satellite sources and then bringing it down to Earth in the sense that we want to use that data to improve the data available to policymakers, but also to improve the data available to farmers. I think that there is no presumption that what we're saying is correct and creating better decisions. It's another point that the farmer or the policymaker can use to have more information before they make a decision about what they're doing on farm or in the policies. At the same time here, we do have an emphasis on essential agricultural variables and what those mean from the domestic sense. And we want to then take those essential agricultural variables, analyze them, and then provide that analysis as an input into operational frameworks and tools that can be used from the policy and the farmer perspective. So I won't spend too much time on these, but these are just some examples of the types of projects that are getting folded in under NASA Acres. So here we're looking at field boundaries, yield estimation, we have some work going on with understanding how different types of tillage and cover cropping are impacting yields. So this is great work coming out of UIUC, looking at tillage intensity and then how that impacts something like the ground carbon that's being stored. So on the right hand side of, sorry, I got a little bit ahead of myself there. Looking at how that impacts the end of season yield. On the left-hand side, this is work coming out of the OpenET project, looking at water use efficiency, particularly in the Mississippi Basin. And then on the right-hand side here, we're looking at the radiation forecasting at the field level. And again, the point of plotting these variables is to be able to bring this into an analysis framework and kind of come up with an idea of what is the impact of this practice in this location on the yield, on the on the farm level economics, and how transferable is that to other places. And we tend to talk a lot, we think in terms of sustainability lately, but the fact of the matter is from the farmer's perspective, if it's not profitable, it's not sustainable. So how do we keep that profit component in mind before we recommend a practice? And that's really where sort of component comes in here is when we look at all these different practices, are they impacting yield adversely? Are they reducing the volatility in yield year to year? Are they making the system more resilient? Or are they having a negative impact? And in some cases, they might. So on the left-hand side here, we see the impacts of termination dates on cover crops in Maryland and how that impacts the amount of nutrient that's left on the field when you get into the following season. And on the right-hand side here, we're looking at the impacts of tillage and conservation tillage versus conventional tillage and how that might improve or decrease yields depending on where you are. And that's very much a function of the soil type and the climate. And then moving on here, next, we want to take those lessons and then build them into tools that are useful for people to to actually make decisions based off of this information. And this is something that is not necessarily going to come out of us at the University of Maryland. This is where we lean on those partnerships with different ag tech players in order to get that information out, either whether that's through the growers associations or working directly with the farmers. Just to quickly touch on harvest here, I won't spend too much time on harvest just because we've got some examples that are going to be more harvest focused after this. But harvest is again the sort of global equivalent, looking at food security and agriculture from the national to global scales. This is also working with again a variety of stakeholders, but those stakeholders might be different. And under harvest, we're working with national statistical agencies, national agricultural agencies, groups like that, where we can help to improve the amount and quality of data that they have through different capacity building efforts, but then also to understand how that's playing out in the global economic sense. So when we look at things like markets and trade and how grain is flowing from one country to another, that tends to get more wrapped up into the harvest side of things. So this is a bit of an older program. We're going to the second round of this. This was launched in 2017, sort of set the precedent for the domestic acres program. But there are nonetheless different goals here. So 35 different projects, probably more than that at this point, looking at these three impact areas. So understanding what is the impact of agriculture on land use, the impact on sustainability, and the impact on total productivity. And within Harvest, we do have three different initiatives that are sort of front and center at the moment. So we have a strong focus in Africa. So Catherine Akalembe is leading that. We have what's called the Rapid Agricultural Assessment for Policy Support, and I'll show an example of this in just a minute here. And then we also have the Sustainable Regenerative Agriculture Initiative. And this is one that allows us to engage more closely with the private sector on issues that are in a sort of pre-competitive space. So understanding things that might not necessarily give you an economic advantage, it raises the floor of the information that's being used down the road. So things like understanding the accuracy of products, not really a competitive thing. It's more of a public good. So I'll quickly go through a few examples here, and then I think might have some time for questions here. This is an example of the global agricultural monitoring systems. This is a cloud-based system that we run at the University of Maryland, looking at near real-time NDVI, precipitation, temperature, soil moisture data that we bring in, and then we have a variety of crop mass that you can go in and remove all the non-corn pixels from your image and get an idea of what that curve looks like over time to do your analysis. So this is something that's really popular with humanitarian and government agencies because it allows them to use the satellite data without having to build any sort of expertise or do any actual web development. Next is this is an example of some crop classifications. This is done by Viviana Saiz, based out of the GLAD facility at the University of Maryland, and they do this all over the world. But it's actually the image itself is most impactful here in South America, where we're looking at the expansion of soybeans. Again, they are doing this in the U.S. They're doing this in China, Argentina, but the idea is to use the satellite data to create these maps over time and look at the expansion and movement of cropland through space and time. Of course, we're looking at yield, but we're actually looking at yield from several different perspectives. So the activities that we do at global scale are going to be different from those at national scale, looking at county level. And then with companies like SEMA based out of Argentina, we're actually using field level data coming off of the harvesters to calibrate our models and actually predict the end of season yield for the following years. So this is a really nice sort of public-private partnership that we have in place, and they've taken this algorithm and they put it operationally into their commercial product in order to provide better data to farmers. I'd mentioned before the wrapped policy, and I'll sort of wrap up on this note. So we actually are able to spin up analysis on acute events very quickly. And on the left-hand side here, we see some work that was led by Mehdi Hosseini looking at satellite radar data to understand the impact of the derecho in Iowa only a few years ago. And the sort of important part to note here is that we don't have to actually go out to Iowa to do these measurements. This is entirely satellite based with a couple of validation points here and there. And because we're using the satellite data, we know that A, we're going to get this data on a given schedule. So we know that we can get this data every 5 days. And B, we're able to process it very quickly. So we're able to come out with numbers that are delivered very quickly, but we also at the end of the season were able to identify that these were more or less in line with what the USDA was putting out for that same event. But again, we're able to do this very quickly because the satellite data is delivered on that cadence with reliability. And on the right-hand side here, I'll just kind of walk through quickly this is some analysis we did on the Russian invasion of Ukraine and what that meant for global food security. So, starting on February 22nd, I believe was the date of the invasion. Within a week, we were able to start spinning up our data pipelines and start to look at what that data meant and do an analysis on that. So I'll shift focus into that really quickly because I think this is a really sort of important case to show in that we obviously have a knowledge gap there. Going out into the field and collecting data was going to be quite dangerous, and the satellites were sort of a natural answer to that because we're able to see that without having to physically be there. And the impact here was expected to be up to 30% of the crop lost due to the invasion. This was sort of the early numbers coming out of really sort of media driven, but also some of the ag focused agencies. So just to quickly walk through this here, what we started with was a partnership with Planet Labs. So this is a company that's doing daily 3 to 4 meter resolution data for the entire globe, and they were putting together these national level composites of data. So it's actually quite impressive resolution here, and I know that the text is a little bit hard to read, but actually within that image, you're able to see the bright yellow is the canola. We can see wheat being grown there in bare soil. And this is all at 3 meter resolutions. This is very high resolution data. And using those data, we're then taking those and putting those into a model that gives us our crop type map for 2022. This is produced in season. This is not after season. This is as the crops are in the field growing. And here we're able to separate out the spring crops from the winter crops, the unplanted fields, and the canola. And what we see is actually that this was able to provide us information with 94% accuracy, and that's based on some validation data that we had in partnership with Key Polytechnic. These numbers can then get split out according to whether those fields were in the Ukraine-controlled territories or the Russian-controlled territories, and then also split out by the crop. And we can see that there's actually a significant portion of the crop that was in the Russian-controlled territories, and that's going to have an impact on the amount of food that was available, not only for Ukraine, but for its delivery partners. We also then mapped the non-planted fields. So as you can see here, there's a bit of a concentration of those browns in the Ukrainian, or sorry, the Russian-controlled territories. The fields that were not being planted were overwhelmingly proportionally in the Russian territories, which makes a lot of sense. And then if we start to look at where these fields were in proportion, or in relation to where the front line was, so the front line is that blue dotted vertical line there. If you go left, those are going to be closer to the front line, but in the Russian-controlled territories, whereas if you go right, those are in Ukrainian-controlled territories. And you can see that that's overwhelmingly in the Russian controlled territories. And then lastly here, understanding what is the harvest impact. So this is the type of signal that we're looking for to detect harvest. You see the crop is sort of in season on the left-hand side, and then as you go to the right, that crop starts to yellow, and you can kind of detect where the harvesters have gone through. So by taking this signal and then trying to map that, we can see, again, more or less where are the areas where the crops were harvested and not harvested. And what we found is that this is able to fill that remote sensing. Remote sensing was able to fill that knowledge gap and provide information on the production for Ukraine and its trading partners. And actually, from the ministry, they've given us an indication that the information was quite useful for them. The figures that were sent over were used to correct the actual national estimates of the grain supply and demand, and this was also being used to assess the prospective post invasion. Um, Damage to start to remediate the fields. So I'll sort of end here with just a summary of what we've talked about and what we can do next. I think that remote sensing gives us a very good basis for assessing agricultural lands, but there's a lot that can still be done. And through the NASA Agriculture Consortia, whether that's through Harvest or through Acres, there are always opportunities for us to reach out and work together. And there are some examples of different things that we're looking at here that I think I'm kind of out of time, so I won't read them. I'll just leave this up here. But please do feel free to reach out if there's anything that you see that I've talked about that you feel that we can work together on, you can contribute to, we can contribute to what you're doing. We're very happy to work collaboratively. So thank you.
We have time for questions, so please, all the public, just feel free to raise your hand, and there's gonna be a microphone for you to make the question.
We have a question from Harvest AI and Machine Learning lead Hannah Kerner.
Hi, everyone. Um, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the new satellites that are going to be launched in the next year to several years, if there's anything that's not currently being measured or mapped right now that will be.
Sure, that's a really great question because that sort of plays into the spirit of the essential agricultural variables. We're not just looking at what we have now, but what is it that we need in the future? What are the instruments that don't exist that we need to go out to NASA and the European Space Agency and say, we need these capabilities in order to do this better and make that case. So it's a really good question, and I'll give a bit of a broad answer that's a bit of a non-answer in a way, in that there is sort of this kind of informal agreement that high resolution is the private sector's domain and everything else is sort of the public sector. So I would say that in terms of public sector resources, the ones that are going to tend to be freely available and have science teams built around them, we haven't really seen anyone go higher resolution than the 10 meters that ESA is offering through the Sentinel-2 platform. You do have companies like Maxar and Planet that are working the 3 meter down to 15 centimeter resolution space. Those are going to be you're paying for that data, but it's incredibly high resolution. You can task it and request it when you need it. So with that kind of in mind, there are some platforms that are starting to come online. The NISAR mission is a radar mission that's combined NASA, ISRO, Indian Space Agency, have put together the sensor that's going to deliver petabytes of data that's really going to be quite incredible. It's actually changing the data landscape because it's generating so much data that even NASA is kind of wondering how do we distribute that much data and how do we do it on the fly. So there are quite a lot of new exciting instruments that are coming online. The next generation of Landsat data is the design is still kind of for up for review, and the U.S. is trying to determine what direction they want to take some of their sort of workhorse sensors. So I think it's a very exciting next 10 to 20 years, and we'll see how uh, you know how how much do things like the essential agricultural variables play into those instrument designs? And we're starting to see those same, that same idea. The essential agricultural variables are based on the essential climate variables, which were designed, 10, 15, 20 years ago. And we're starting to see all these sort of fields that are kind of taking that same approach. What are the essential mountain variables? What are the essential atmospheric variables? Those types of things. So hopefully those instrument designs take into account the recommendations of these various user communities.
Okay. Hi, thank you. Great presentation. I have a question. We have maybe more than 100 graduate students sitting in the room here, and many of them are taking coursework in machine learning and AI. And a lot of times they're working at field scale data set. And I understand a lot of your work may not be in the public domain because of reasons that I can wrap my head around. But are there resources available for graduate students so that they can adapt or learn from some of the work that has been done in NASA Acres or NASA Harvest, that they can learn and adapt to some of the work that they're doing, because you have access to global data and you can train computers and can expedite or accelerate, but it takes years for students that are working on 4, 5, 6, or 10 fields to have those iterative data available to them.
Sure. So there are a couple really interesting points in there. I think maybe I'll leave the specifics of the AI to Hannah's presentation in a couple of hours. But the question about working at field scale, I think, is a really kind of key one, especially to sort of the ethos of acres, which is that we always want to be mindful of the farmer's privacy. So even though we might be working at the field level with data coming off of the harvesters from individual farms, typically we're careful of how we release that data just because we don't want to be providing anything that's personally identifiable or trackable back out in the public domain. So if you see any studies like that coming out of acres, it's not to say that we don't have that data. It's that we most of the time probably can share it, but we need to. It'll be on sort of like a reach out and we can talk about what you can and cannot do with this type of data type of thing. So I just want to put that out there that the data is there. We might not release everything at field scale, but we if you do want to work on that with us, please do reach out. The other I think interesting part is this idea of working at field scale, and there are several components to that. One is that typically the way that we've handled remote sensing data in the past is everything's kind of done at pixel level and then aggregated at the end. But as computers get more and more powerful, as methods start to evolve, it is possible to treat the fields as their own individual objects. And that object-based analysis is something that's been emerging in the GIS remote sensing field for many years. In terms of how to get involved, I think that there you can get very into the specifics and the physics of remote sensing, but a lot of times it actually makes sense to treat remote sensing as a tool, not as a field. It's another source of data. Remote sensing is really just pictures that are being taken in different parts of the spectrum, and from that sense, it's not really super unique. It's just more data spread out across different bands. So if you get an idea of how you can combine those different sources of information at different resolutions, then it really becomes, the same problem as just any other algorithm at that point. So I would say don't be afraid of it. There's nothing particularly special about it. It is a lot of data. There are nuances to it, but treat it as a tool that's part of your tool belt that you can bring in your knowledge from what you're doing in your field studies and start to understand how those correspond to the satellite data and use it as an additional resource, not so much as its own sort of monolithic thing. Any other questions? I guess maybe in the meantime I can show some of our contact information there if you want to reach out because I realized I don't have cards on me. So
Hey, Michael, great presentation. So, first of all, thank you for coming and sharing the resources with the students. So, and then again, I think that yes, we have many grad students, but also we have in the room stakeholders. So we have a few farmers. I know that we have. And then if you think about, I mean, I think that one of your points is well taken. I mean, the lack of reliable ground truthing data. So how is NASA Acre Harvest thinking on the future on working with universities, with extension, with farmers? Because I mean, I think that there is a lot of ground truthing data. The question is, how do you make those partnerships to make sure you can get access to and be a win-win for that connection, that integration?
yes, fantastic. Thank you for asking. Especially in the U.S., we're trying to really rethink this because a lot there are legal barriers and things in the U.S. that you have to be more concerned with. Um, we've historically not worked very closely with individual farmers, but I think it's something that we definitely want to do more of in the future. In the past, the way we've approached it is actually working through growers agencies, so Iowa corn, Illinois corn, USA rice, for example. And the idea is that because we're getting so I should back up. The reason we haven't worked with individual farmers is that we want to have an ecosystem where we have a lot of data that we're not over calibrating to one specific farm, but also so that when we do create an end product, it's not um, it has a variety of conditions that we can use to extrapolate a little bit better. And that's a really key point. So when we work with something like Illinois corn, they will have data from a number of different farms, and they can also tell us what it is that the farmers are interested in. And what we're interested in doing is providing data that is useful for the farmers, and in doing so, that's going to shape the way that the products are formulated and how they're distributed. So those will go back out through the corn growers associations, for example, who will interpret it and say these are the practices that through this study we found have XYZ effects.
So, does anybody else have any question? If you have time, if you wanna. Okay, so we thank you, Michael, very much for your presentation. So now we will have the coffee break until 10:20. before heading there, I want to encourage everybody to create conversations, and after the presentations are done, to just come up with any question that you have. We really want to do these sessions as interactive as possible. So don't be shy. Mainly all the grad students here. This symposium is mainly for you. So just we encourage you to participate on all the questions that you can. And yeah, yeah. We are heading to to the coffee break, and we are having the next presentation at 10:20 a.m. So we can be here a couple minutes before and just use this time to network and try to meet each other. There's a lot of great people here. So thank you.
Showing the you know this yeah,
So it just progresses the slides using this mouse here. Let me see. Yeah, I think it's right there. Do I need to point? Do I need to make sure the mouse is in the right spot? Okay. Yeah, I think so. No, you don't need to make sure. Okay, just any mouse click anywhere. Let me call one of the guys. Your presentation gonna be here, but we will set it up. Okay. Yeah. All right. You will switch it. Okay. Yeah. 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 Let me. Like, what you like your are provided stuff from yeah. One, five, and one. Oh, okay, great. And so that would be there's to my 30 minutes, correct? So yes. So after I've gone for 20 minutes with 10 minutes on, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Sitting right there. Thank you.
Vale. No, no, vale.
Yes, sí.
No, pues nada.
Sí, ya creo que ahora ya no, ya me pero Connie la tiene.
No, no, no.
¿Ah? What? Actually, no, it's random. Yeah, yeah. You can mention it. Actually, I was thinking about mentioning that. I didn't start out today. So church. Yes. Yes. No, pero no.
Like a music project of course, you would get like tacos.
Si quieres ya ponela la de Maya que ya.
Carlos, I need the signal back to the slides, so I need you to share the screen of what set of slide could be or would be. About that one that people now stage layers will be able to point zero to slides right. What's really like? That's
It's good. It's good. Hi, all. Hope you're having some great conversations. We can start going back to our tables. We are 3 minutes away from starting our next presentation. Okay, so we can present our next speaker, Maya Donahue. She's currently working at Cortiva AgriScience. She's the digital farming lead in the farming solutions and digital department within research and development. So without further ado, welcome, Maya. Thank you.
Thanks, Valentina. First of all, really happy to be here with you all today. Thanks so much to the organizers for the invitation. Corteva is a proud sponsor of the symposium, and I, personally very excited about this institute that you all have kicked off, and the symposium on digital ag and advanced analytics. Um, as Valentina mentioned, I've spent my career at Corteva Agriscience and for heritage companies within research and development. I actually stumbled onto ag kind of by accident. My background is in biomedical engineering. I'd always planned to be focused more on the human biology and the digital applications to human biology. But there's a reason why I have stayed in ag, since making that transition, and that's because we have an amazing opportunity, both on the digital side and the advanced analytics side, because of the amount of data we have access to in agriculture, and the amazing applications we can put the data and analytics to work, really to ultimately not only benefit the ag industry itself, but sustainability, the world food production. So I love working in ag, and so I'm so pleased to see all of you here today, thinking about how to apply digital ag and analytics to agriculture. So thanks so much. So I'm going to start off by giving a little bit of kind of an industry perspective, kind of the Corteva perspective on digital ag, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we're working on specifically. Great. So I like to start off with really taking a step back and thinking about, some of the mega trends, the global mega trends that are, not just impacting agriculture. I'll talk about the ag impacts directly, but all of us as humans in this world. And there are some significant challenges that we're facing, but they also represent some significant opportunities, particularly for technology. So just starting at the top, of course, is our global population growth. So not only with the growth of the population, but also the expected loss of land in production for ag means not only do we have to feed significantly more people than we've ever had in the past, we're going to have to do that with less land in ag production than we've ever had. And so that's putting some specific, like very high needs to increase the yield of our crops per acre. Again, it's a big challenge, but also a huge opportunity. And then, of course, we have climate change. So not only is climate change affecting us every day as humans, but it's affecting agriculture. Extreme weather events. We saw the example of the derecho going through Iowa. We have shifts in climate in terms of drought and where you see pest species. We will be shifting over the years where we can grow certain crops and where we can't grow certain crops. And so we need to be able to use technology to help try to mitigate and maybe pull through more sustainable practices, help with climate change as well as we go forward. And then on the other side is also the public sentiment and consumer sentiment around agriculture. So we are seeing, more and more emphasis on the, ask for ag to be more sustainable, to be more traceable. The public wants to know more and more about where their food came from, how it was raised, how it was manufactured. And so we have, as an industry, need to help make that commitment by providing technology that meets expectations. And then lastly, and very importantly, is our regulatory pressures. So, example here with the European Green Deal is just, one of the most advanced ones of setting targets by 2030 around sustainable ag practices, such as reducing pesticide use by 50% and reducing soil nutrition loss by 50%. Again, this presents significant challenges for our farmers who rely on certain mechanisms in order to create yield that's going to feed the world. But it also presents, significant opportunities for us to use technology so that we can still maintain yield and increase yield while adopting these sustainable practices. So to get into the next level of detail is really thinking about how we look at both the global and societal trends, and then also the advancements in technology that are going to help us meet some of these challenges. So as I mentioned, we between not only global population growth and climate change, but also the reduction in human labor availability, farming is having to adapt to do more with less. And then, as I mentioned, the consumer sentiment and expectations are really creating more emphasis on sustainability and traceability. But we've also seen we are in an era of amazing technology growth that is almost unprecedented in the compute hardware and analytics capabilities that we can now bring to bear to solve those challenges, such as computer vision, predictive analytics, generative AI, all of which I'm going to talk a little bit about more, is really going to help us, again, meet some of these challenges. And then on the hardware side is really the advances in automation, robotics, being able to more precisely target where we have applications, is really going to help us both from an efficiency and human labor standpoint, as well as the accuracy and precision of agriculture. So, like I said, these technologies represent significant opportunities within ag. And these are being adopted widely in agriculture. I'm going to focus primarily on North America because that's kind of my primary focus within Corteva, but this is a global trend. You can see that farmers, starting with yield monitors, so precisely knowing the yield that's coming off the combines, and then going to more variable rate applications, variable rate nitrogen, variable rate crop protection, variable rate seeding. And so precision ag and digital technologies are becoming more and more adopted within ag. And then they're also anticipated to drive the next wave of yields within agriculture. So you can see this diagram here on the left, you know, some of the phases of yield advancement. So of course we had, the invention of hybrids as being the most significant yield increase. And then you have, genetic modification and the biotech wave of yield increase. And now we're really looking at the increases in yield due to digital and precision technologies. Again, whether that's nutrition, crop protection, or seed. So these technologies are today and will in the future help us drive better outcomes for our farmers in their fields. But I do want to make sure, I balance some of that with, just a note about some of the economic realities. So at Corteva, we take very seriously our customers' businesses, their livelihoods, the economic challenges they're facing, and we are about to enter a very challenging time, particularly in the U.S. So ag is cyclical. We always are going, commodity prices, farm income prices, income are always as a cyclical wave. But we've had some really unusual activity in recent years with extreme increases in prices. That's a lot for a lot of investment going into ag, a lot of investment going into technology, a lot of uptick by farmers of adopting sometimes these very expensive technologies or riskier technologies, which has been really fantastic. But that cycle is now going back on a downturn. So it's not that we're not going to continue to make advancements, because these technologies become even more critical when they can really prove to have a better return on investment than the way farming is done today. And so that's really, as you're thinking about, your own uh, analytics or technologies that you were interested in, that you want to explore, really always think about how do you make sure that the farmer or the ag consumer is going to get a positive return on investing in that technology, because that is going to be the way that we get these adopted within ag. So I'm going to just briefly talk about some key advancements in technologies. I'm going to really stay at a fairly high level If you have more questions, have a lot of experts at Corteva I could connect you with. A number of you have way more expertise in the fields I'm going to touch on today, and happy to get connected. But really just wanted to, at a high level, talk about some of the technologies that we are looking at Corteva. So I'm going to start with the field of imagery and image analysis. And thankfully, thanks to our first speaker, Mike, I don't have to talk any more about remote sensing. You guys are all remote sensing and Earth observation experts now. But I can vouch for the fact that the access to satellite imagery, satellite data, and satellite data-derived products has been incredibly impactful for agriculture worldwide, not just with Corteva. And every day at Corteva, we are using different satellite imagery data products for the many of the uses that Mike mentioned this morning, whether it's field boundary detection, crop classification, yield prediction and estimation, evapotranspiration, and disease risk predictions. So we not only use those internally to help us with our plant breeding programs and advancing our next level of germplasm, but we are also using those technologies with our farmers so that they can get the most out of their farms, using the satellite imagery either to help them plan, help them throughout the season in terms of management, or help them understand the outcomes of their season. And so, yeah, satellite imagery has been incredibly powerful resource for agriculture. The next level of resolution is really, drone imagery or UAS imagery. Within Corteva, we've made extensive use of drones internally. So within our plant breeding program, almost all of our traits today are collected by drone. It used to be by researchers and sometimes high school students walking the fields, making measurements. And so now with drones, we can not only be way more efficient than with human labor, but it's much higher quality measurements than humans tend to be. So that's really made advancements internally with our own breeding program. And we're also actively using drones with our farmers. And I've got an example in a minute on what we're doing there. And then lastly, there's proximal imagery. So that's really when you're in the field, that could be with your mobile phone or with robotics that are going within the field under the canopy. And that's still really important technology, even though it's not as scalable. But there are a number of diseases and insects that really cannot be detected unless you're under the canopy. And so advances in technologies that make it easier to move through a field or to have a robot move through the field are really important for some of our key insect and disease pests that we track. And then Corteva does not directly play in the hardware space. So we are not a hardware company. We don't manufacture hardware, but we keep a very close eye on the advances in automation and robotics. And so we have collaborations with a number of equipment manufacturers. We use a number of the more advanced technologies internally within our R&D small plots. We're investigating how our farmers can use them. Anything from, sprayer-based see and spray to, robotics. And then also, of course, what's really gaining a lot of traction, particularly internationally and now in the US, is drone-based crop protection application. And so again, we don't directly, manufacture hardware, but it's really important for us to see how we can use this technology to help our farmers. Also think about how we can formulate our crop protection products so they work more effectively in these scenarios, such as by a drone application, and ensure, looking at things like drift and residue and things like that, ensure we have the right labels, and then the day that the farmers are getting the highest performance they can from our products. So these are, again, are really important technologies to help increase the precision and decrease the labor for crop protection management. And so then moving into more the analytics space, at Corteva and Pioneer, we have a long history of crop and environmental modeling. So this is more the physiological type modeling. We have extensive research, both using public models and internally developed models to understand, the impact of environment on potential yield, to really help make better recommendations for our farmers. And we've also started taking physiological models and then marrying them up with more machine learning based models, so the fusion analytics space, to allow us to really explore the depth of our G by E by M, or genetic by environment by management practices. So these are really powerful tools. I mean, whether it's a very simple, soil moisture or evapotranspiration model, up to a very complex model that can model the entire crop growth cycle. These help us understand, again, how the genetics of our hybrids might interact with different environments and different management practices. So again, we can ultimately help our farmers with the best recommendations we can. And then, of course, the newest and most exciting area that's getting a ton of press is Gen AI. So really building up on machine learning to that next generation. And so this is really been a pretty fun space for our data scientists to start exploring in. I chose some examples really focusing on looking at the use of Gen AI for agronomy. And so this is a recent paper that actually tested the different GPT models against the agronomy exam, and they all passed, some with better scores than others, some significantly better than some of the human folks who were taking the test. There are, of course, some issues with interpretation of the questions and the types of results. These are by far not perfect. They are not going to replace an agronomist anytime soon. And in fact, at Corteva, that's not what we're looking at. But there's the really for GPT as a work help. We are all benefiting already. Some of you are probably using it more than others to help you with your classwork, which you don't have to admit to. That's fine. But these tools can really help us with some of the kind of more standard tasks within our own jobs, and then also help our agronomist as kind of as an aid. Again, some of the dangers of these tools, the topic of hallucination or the fact that they can make up results, has to be balanced with real experts. So this is an area of exploration, but just for fun, I did ask our chat GPT solution that we have at work, what is the difference between gray leaf spot and northern leaf blight? It gave me a very nice answer, even linked to a video produced by Pioneer of our field agronomist. Without prompting it, it gave me a Pioneer video. So I was very pleased with that. So let me now switch and talk about some of the things that we're working on at Corteva. So just quickly, Corteva, our purpose is to enrich the lives of those who produce and those who consume, ensuring progress for generations to come. We take that mission very seriously. But at our core, we are an input company, so we create seeds, including their traits and crop protection. That's our foundation. And that's really how we provide value to agriculture, is providing the best quality germplasm, world-leading germplasm, traits, and crop protection chemicals, biologics, so that they can, at the end of the day, have the highest yield and return on investment of their fields. But I snuck this in here. So you might have seen this new term we've just started using, which is the term decision science. So one of the things we found is the use of the word digital still can mean a lot of different things to different people. A lot of people think it's just software or IT. And so we really actually decided to adopt the term decision science, which is based on the fact that it's the science of making decisions with all the best available data that you can, backed by our trusted advisors, in order to help our farmers have the most optimal choices. And so we see really pairing decision science with our Corteva seed and crop protection products to try to bring the most value we can to our farmers. And so we're really, again, at the end of the day, trying to get the right product on the right acre at the right time for our farmers. And that's really part of our mission as an innovation company, is really continuously striving to provide the best solutions that we can to our farmers, really helping them not only with their season to season yield, but also help them steward the land for generations to come. The interesting thing is, when we talk about decision science at its core, it's actually language that we've been using as part of our entire company history. We now have 100 years of history as the pioneer organization, now part of Corteva. And we have this proud concept of called the long look of really what our focus area is on. And none of this has changed substantially since our founding, which is amazing. And so the piece that I like to focus on is the bottom here. And it sounds very unassuming, but we give helpful management suggestions to our customers to assist them in making the greatest possible profit from our products. So it sounds pretty basic, but at the end of the day, decision science it means the same thing to us. We want to help our customers get the best product suggestion, the best management suggestions they can, so they can get the best profit. We are just now doing that today in a much more advanced way than we would have done 100 years ago, by taking advantage of the technologies that we have. So it's really interesting that it's foundationally the same intent. It's just the way that we can do that today is so much more advanced than we used to be able to. And really, this slide kind of summarizes all of the technologies that we're actively using within Corteva. And really, as I said, the use of data and technology is really changing how we innovate and how we bring that value to our farmers in an amazing way. That keeps, again, working in ag to be an amazingly fun experience because you get to work with all of these types of data that's continuously evolving. And so whether on your right side is really more our internally facing research to help our seed and crop protection researchers optimize their innovation and use data so we can produce even better products. Or on your left side is how we use those similar technologies to bring more value to our farmers and help them increase, at the end of the day, the yield they get from using our products. And then we bring those data sets back and forth, so we learn in R&D about product performance on the field, and then we also take the data that we generate within R&D and use that to bring even better advice to our farmers. So just quickly, I have one quick video that
As a farmer, I trust other farmers and they want to provide a healthy product to their customers. When I'm shopping, I'm also a mom. I want my kids to have healthy foods.
Well, I call this the biscuit basket because we don't produce wheat to make bread with, but we do produce wheat to make biscuits with. We're the sixth generation. Our family came to this area in the 1830s. Back then, you didn't call it farming, you just called it living. Well, my dad said you don't plant corn until you can go out into the field and kneel down and your knee doesn't get cold and wet. But technology's come so far since then. We really manage things in a much different way now.
Over time, we started to bring technology out to them through drones, through aerial imagery, through variable rate seeding. At Corteva, we're lucky enough to house one of the largest agricultural drone fleet in the world.
It's incredibly important to spot problems in a field early. If you spot them early, then you can make a difference.
What used to take hours, now in a matter of 30 minutes, we can have a complete picture of what that looks like.
The reason that we started using granular is because I felt like there was more of a need for organization. Now on their phone, the guys can see exactly what they need to do whenever they get to that field. So precision agriculture allows us to do more with less.
The art's every bit as important as the science, and she's probably more the scientist and I'm more the artist.
We're able to do things through all this technology that we weren't able to do 10 years ago. And that directly increases yields and that directly puts more food on tables around the world.
We're just very proud that we've been able to carry on, and we look forward to carrying it on to the 7th generation.
What I really like about that example is the story of the past generations would never plant until if they could kneel down in the soil and their pants wouldn't get damp. So there's a lot of I would say like normal farming practices that have evolved over the years that not are not always optimal, just generally or for that specific field or scenario. And so really we're using technology and our relationships that we have with the farmers to help them understand, when they need to change their practices and when they need to change their behaviors so they can get better outcome and also have more sustainable outcome. But what was showcased here, next slide. Okay. Is one of our kind of earliest collaborations we've had in bringing technology to the farmer is around drones. So we have a collaboration with Drone Deploy. Where we actually have deployed our own stand assessment model, and we use that to make sure that that our customers are getting high quality stand after planting. And so that's been extensively used, particularly globally, but particularly in North America. Another example we have is actually in range and pasture. So we have an advanced analytic solution that helps identify the location and the best timing to treat an invasive tree species. And what we found is not only have we been able to increase the removal of those tree species with our product, we're actually increasing the sustainability of that rangeland because that allows the more cows kind of to be raised per acre than in the past. And we have a number of pilots that are still ongoing. So that's a couple of things that are launched and are in use, but we're constantly looking at how we can improve our seed products and our crop protection products. So we're very actively looking at yield prediction as a way to boost the performance of our hybrids using field by field placement, and seeing already some pretty exciting results in the potential to increase the yield on a farm. And then similar with crop protection. So we have a really nice solution that we're piloting on 1 million acres today in the US around optimizing of fungicide timing applications based on disease risk modeling specific to our hybrids. And we found that if you can shift the grower behavior when they apply fungicide, you can actually optimize yield. And of course, we can also detect when an acre should be sprayed versus not to ensure a positive ROI. And then also when it doesn't need to be sprayed, so you can avoid the use of a spray when it's not needed. And so really, again, at the end of the day, Corteva is an innovation company. We're very proud of our use of technology, not only internally to help our product development, but also how we can leverage that technology externally to help our customers, our farmers. And so we're constantly combining both our R&D data and what we learn there with what we learn about product performance on the farm, as well as environmental insights to really develop the best solutions that we can. And with that, hopefully didn't go over time. Great, excellent. So I think I have time for questions.
Hi, Maya. Very good presentation. So, in your opinion, what are the most important challenges that the agriculture will face in the coming years?
Um, well, I think there are a few main ones that I touched upon. First, the most short-term challenge, particularly in the U.S., really are farm incomes. And so, the fluctuation in commodity prices is really going to put a strain on our customers. And that means, it's going to be even riskier for them to adopt new technologies in the short term. So we have to be very careful to make sure we're being, good stewards of our customers. But that will just be a short-term cycle. So really, again, long term, our number one, I would say equally two biggest challenges that we're facing is really that need to increase the yield per acre so we can feed the global population while trying to mitigate climate change. And ag can have is both suffers from the impacts of climate change and also could be a powerful tool to help us try to mitigate climate change.
Hi, Maya. Thanks for your presentation. I wanted to ask you what you think are the major bottlenecks for creating these digital tools. What is Corteva experiencing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say there, a few things I can think of. One bottleneck, of course, is adoption, and and the rate of adoption varies, quite significantly, across the world. There's some regions that, kind of have a skipped over entire waves of technology, and it actually more primed to adopt more precise technology. I mean, in China, drone application is quite prevalent. In the U.S., we're lagged, quite behind because our, regulatory constraints are really not caught up. So really is the ability at the end of the day for farmers to adopt these technologies. And because of the investment in the ag tech space, they're getting bombarded with a number of different technologies, different companies. And so it can be quite confusing, for farmers who don't tend to have a lot of extra time on their hands to wade through that. So having companies they trust kind of help shepherd them with adoption can really beneficial. And then I think some of the other bottlenecks that I see is really, in the industry we do have a tendency to create solutions in silos. And this has been talked about a lot. A lot of our industry consortiums is we don't necessarily play well with each other in some cases, and so we will replicate different solutions and come at our customers in different ways where if we could work together more effectively we could really combine our resources and stop duplicating each other's work. So that would be an advancement that Corteva has a role to play to help that as well.
Great, thank you. And just as a follow-up question on that is, does Corteva generate incentives to farmers or clients to adopt the new technologies, or does it not depend on them? I don't know.
No, that's a great question. So there's one area that we are directly involved in incentives, which is our carbon program, which I didn't include in the slide deck, but I could have. And so we're partnering with Indigo to provide Scope 1 carbon credits to our customers. And so we are just responsible for the data management side. And so we help customers get into what is a fairly heavy lift in terms of data input. And then they can, get credits for the adoption of like cover crops or no-till practices. On the other side, we rely, I would say, less on incentives and more about the relationship we have with the customers, particularly through our Pioneer brand, our Pioneer channel. Within that, our preferred brand, we have, teams of field agronomists or sales representatives who, are well trained in these technologies, who are out, in their customers' farms, out in the fields with them, helping them explain the benefits of, adopting better planting timing, different hybrids, different crop protection choices, different agronomic management practices, and then helping them actually experience that on their field. And at the end of the day, the best way to get a farmer to adopt a practice is for them to see it on their own field and see it work.
A question here. Thank you for your presentation. Maybe it's related to adoption, and if you can make any comment on what's Corteva's approaches on identifying what are those farmers' needs in terms of developing, future platforms or technologies? Because sometimes maybe is a top bottom approach. So we are developing things and then offering them to farmers, but the other way around, maybe starting collecting those needs, it might be helping later with adoption. So what's Corteva approach on that? You commented a little bit throughout the presentation, but
Yeah, that's a really good question. And again, it really, as you mentioned, it really starts with that bottoms up. And so having a great relationship with our farmer customers is the start of it, and having the capability we do to have the field teams that are out, and this is globally, again, out in the customers' farms, listening, understanding their problems, and bringing those back in. Whether it's more on the seeds and the trait side, or the pest side, and what kind of crop protection solutions they require, or more on the digital side. And so it's really important that we have that early feedback before we dive fully into a new solution, because the danger, if you go back to one of our global business centers and you're not interacting with farmers, is you could develop a really cool tool that actually doesn't bring any value to a farmer, and then you could have invested quite a bit of money into something that wasn't worth it. So having that regular interaction, the ability to do pilots, which is something we do extensively with our farmers, is critical.
Thank you for your presentation. So I'm wondering, you mentioned you are combining farmers and consumers' insight into your research and development. So I'm wondering, do you have any standard policies or processes or solutions for how and when and where to involve farmers and consumers' insights into your research and development?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that is developed by our kind of external affairs and public affairs teams at Corteva. And so that's often through our interactions with like industry consortiums. We'll collectively understand the public sentiment, whether that's from a consumer perspective or a regulatory or government perspective. And so there's thankfully a number of resources we can leverage that does bring the industry together to listen to the public and the consumer in particular. We do a lot of educational outreach. So there's a lot of misconceptions in ag, particularly around GMO and some other topics where the public can be easily misled down certain paths. So we do work with our within these consortiums to help bring better education to the public. And then another area that's a big focus for us is our sustainability commitments. Again, a lot of that, of course, is not only us standing tall as a company, but also listening to the consumer and the public on what they want to emphasize from companies and hold companies accountable for our own sustainability practices. So we do publish a sustainability report, which is very strict in terms of how we operate internally, our own sustainability impact, and also how we're looking to impact sustainability within ag. So that's just a couple examples of how we kind of take in and act on kind of the public and consumer sentiment aspect.
Thank you so much for your talk over here. I was wondering, is connectivity of the landscape for native species considered when you are talking agricultural management practices with the growers? And if so, what strategies are employed in order to maintain a connective landscape for wildlife?
Oh yeah, that's right. A great question that I wish I had someone from our teams who focus more on the ecosystem type work. But we do really leverage some collaborations we have, like with the Nature Conservancy. Like one really nice one that we're working with them on is called the edge of field analysis. So the edge of fields tend to be very low yielding but then you have the opportunity to maintain a better ecosystem with how you manage the edge of fields. So that's something that we're partnering with the Nature Conservancy on. But there's, there's a lot of opportunity, I would say, in whole landscape modeling, whether it's, the flow of water or nutrients or, different wildlife and plant life interacting in our spaces that honestly we could have more of an emphasis on versus when you just divide out the field by its boundary and just worry about what's inside that boundary. So it's a really good question.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. So my question is, I'm curious to know, modeling, things like genetics by environment and management, can be very, difficult if you don't have data. So I want to know, what is, does Koteva have anything like data repository where researchers can leverage onto, extract data to build their models, especially if they don't have any experiment, because setting up experiment can be very expensive and yeah, so
Yeah, that's a great question, and I wish I had my colleague who leads our data engineering team here because this is what they live every day is ensuring that every piece of data that's collected within R&D or our commercial agronomy teams or our commercial marketing teams is actually saved in a way that can be accessed by other colleagues and future scientists. And I would say in some areas we've been very successful. Pioneer has a very extensive breeding program and saw the need for proper data management from the beginning. So our breeding data is very well managed, very accessible to do very extensive deep learning models on our genetics by the small pot environment. And but then other areas, the company who maybe put less investment into data infrastructure, we're still trying to get them up to speed, like our crop protection side, I would say. So yes, the um, all of the dollars that go into running those experiments is just as important to have the right data infrastructure, to have the right data access, and the right computational background, like cloud computing, available to our data scientists and our analysts, so that they can deliver new insights. So it's a great question.
I have another follow-up question. So it is, what is Koteva doing in terms of, or what is, the position of Koteva in terms of, creating or breeding cultivars that are tolerant to, the future climate and even the present drought condition. So is there any like, trials or maybe already bred cultivars that has been tested, you know, that, you can point maybe people like me to look at to see, what is the position like or what has been done.
hmm Yeah, I don't have a ton of knowledge about what we're doing internally in that space. I can say we have a lot of focus on water use efficiency for corn. So like today, and I cannot name the product names or the hybrid names, but I do know we have hybrids that are as water use efficient as sorghum, which is an amazing advancement, and it's allowing land that is losing water access to stay with corn when previously they would have had to shift. But yeah, that is something, our breeding teams take very seriously, not just kind of the near term traits and phenotypes, but really thinking about long term, where are we going to grow certain crops? Like, should it be, it's not going to be canola and wheat in Canada, it'll be corn. So, really thinking ahead to those long term strategies. Within Corteva, we really are thinking decades in the future, particularly within our plant breeding program.
Thank you. Could you elaborate more about the balance between the ChatGPT and okay, thank you. Okay. So could you elaborate more about the balance between the ChatGPT and the field agronomists, since this technology is hogging everywhere? And then in your perspective, maybe, and in the Cotiva's perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. I can say that at Corteva, we value our agronomists about more than almost any role within the company. We have a very proud tradition of agronomy research, and being trusted for our agronomic advice, whether it's within the industry, within academia and co-ops, or with our farmers. So the person who's in the role, we expect to be an expert and someone who can be in the field, interacting with our customers, helping them diagnose issues, having a long-standing knowledge of that field and that customer. And so tools like ChatGPT, we see can really help them do their jobs, and maybe be more effective with their time, prioritize how they use their time, get simple answers out more quickly, as they're, literally driving all over to field. But we don't see it replacing the agronomist. There is something about having a personal connection, particularly I would say in North America, that's been really valuable for our customers. So I've heard stories where some farmers, I think this is a bit of an exaggeration, but will barely turn their tractors on without calling their local agronomist to check in with them.
Hi, Maya. Thank you for the very excellent talk. It's a great view of what's going on inside of Corteva, but I'm wondering, there's a lot of innovation happening in startup world right now in ag tech. What are some viewpoints from Corteva working with startups and things?
Mhm. Yeah, it's a great question. We do have an entire group within R&D around external engagement, around innovation, and really seeing how we can partner with like startups and other small companies, because we definitely within Corteva cannot solve all the problems ourselves. And so whether it's leveraging technology coming out of a startup that we can bring into our pipelines, or partnering with them, for instance, in the hardware space where, we Corteva don't have the strengths, we don't want to play as a company, but we need hardware capabilities to bring the best services to our customers. So looking at, how we can partner together, to bring, say, a new spray technology with a Corteva product together to a farmer. So I would say, that outside in view, monitoring technologies and being able to partner with external technology providers is really important.
Thank you, Maya, very much for your presentation, and thank you all the public for the great questions. We will introduce our next speaker, David Makowski. He's coming from France, a long way. He's working on the French National Institute for Agriculture, Food and Environment, short for INRIGHT. His work focuses on statistics, machine learning models applied to agroecology, climate change, and food safety. Thank you, David.
Hello, so I'm David. Nice to meet you. Thank you for inviting me. So the key message, the key message of my talk is to show that the data is not the end of the story. When you do research, you try to answer questions using data. So we have seen a lot of tools during the previous talks to data that can be used to collect a lot of data. But here I will show that the conclusion depends as much on the data as on the method you use to analyze the data. So with the same data set, you can reach sometimes opposite conclusions depending on the method you use to analyze the data. And to illustrate this, I will focus on a particular statistical method named meta-analysis. Why? For two reasons. First, meta-analysis is becoming more and more popular. For those here who work in academic research, probably you already have heard about meta-analysis. Maybe some of you already conducted some meta-analysis. And the second reason, maybe the most interesting one here, is because meta-analysis is very simple. Basically, meta-analysis consists in calculating an average. And I will show that even when you calculate a simple average, the conclusion can be very different depending on how you calculate the average using exactly the same data. Yes, so you already guessed that I'm not from Kansas, from my English accent. Sorry for that. So I'm from France, from Paris. I work in a campus located in the south of Paris. So Paris, of course, is very famous, but maybe you don't know that around Paris, there is a lot of agriculture. And so this is why I work in the south of Paris, because in fact we have an institute specialized in agriculture in the south of Paris. And one reason is because the Paris area is strongly focused on agriculture. So my talk includes 6 parts. Each part will be relatively short. I will start by going back in the past. So we'll go back to the early 20th century, and I will try to explain why scientists started to make experiments, and I will also explain what is a good experiment. And I will finish my talk going forward to the future, showing some perspectives in the field of meta-analysis. So we'll try to cover something like 150 years in 30 minutes. Yes, and before lunch. Yeah. So first, the origin of meta-analysis. So as you know, of course, scientists use experiments to try to answer questions. So the starting point of science is the question. So you receive a question, and then to answer the question, you do an experiment. So it's interesting to understand what are the origins of modern experiments. In this story, Carl Pearson, a mathematician, played an important role in defining what is a good experiment. So maybe you already heard about Carl Pearson, because maybe you already use the famous Pearson correlation coefficients. This guy created this Pearson correlation coefficient, but in addition to that, he tried to specify the characteristics of what should be a good experiment. And some of his ideas were presented in this paper. This paper was published in 1904 in the British Medical Journal. It is a paper, very applied paper. There is no equation in the paper. The paper tried to evaluate the efficacy of a treatment against enteric fever, typhoid. At that time, the English kingdom was sending a lot of soldiers all around the world, in particular in India. And sometimes these soldiers felt sick, and they got the enteric fever. And the key question was how to treat all these soldiers. And in this paper, Carl Pearson used experimental data to evaluate the efficacy of one treatment. So what it did is to collect data from 6 different experiments. Each experiments include one group of soldiers receiving the treatment and one group of soldiers untreated, the control group. So here you have the data of the 6 experiments. And then the Carl Pearson calculated the mortality rate in each group. And by comparing the treated and untreated group, he made an inference about the efficacy of the treatment. So it looks very simple, it looks very logical, it looks very rigorous. But in fact, Carl Pearson questioned the reliability of these experiments. Carl Pearson has strong doubts about the reliability of the results. Why? If you look at the text, you will see that Carl Pearson understood that in fact the soldiers who received the treatments were volunteers. So the soldiers who had volunteered for inoculation against typhoid, according to Carl Pearson, might have been more cautious than the others. What does it mean? Is that the people who volunteer to be inoculated, probably they wash more frequently their hands, probably they were more cautious when selecting the food and so on. Why it is a problem? It is a problem because if it's true, the soldier who volunteer for inoculation might have been at lower initial risk for developing the disease. In this case, there is a high risk of confounding between the inoculation and the level of caution of the soldiers. We can summarize this problem like this. So on one end, we have the treatment of interest, inoculation versus no inoculation. No inoculation. So with inoculation, you may decrease the disease incidence, but at the same time, if there is a confounding between inoculation and the level of caution, you may have a confounding effect between these two factors. And if you compare the two groups in this case, you cannot use the difference to evaluate rigorously the effect of the inoculation alone. So how to solve this problem? So Pearson did not suggest explicitly the randomization, but he was very close to. If you look at the text, you will see that Carl Pearson suggested to pick up one soldier out of two and to inoculate this soldier. It is almost a randomization, but it's not exactly randomization. In fact, randomized controlled trials, or the trials that we use now to test different treatments, also in agriculture, were defined formally a bit later, again in England, in Rosdam Steps, which is an important research station in England. And this type of experiment was formally defined by Ronald Fisher, another very famous mathematician. And Fisher ideas was to control the identifiable factors in the design and randomize over the other factors. So the idea is very simple, but not always easy to implement in practice. So the starting point are the experimental units. So depending on your field of research, the experimental units will be rats, if you do experimental on rats, or fields, experimental fields, if you do experiment in agriculture. It can be persons, it can be livestock. And then you define the factor of interest, the factor that you want to test. So here it's a simple factor with only two levels, the control and the treatments. It can be a medical treatment, it can be a pesticide treatment, and so on. And then you allocate randomly the experimental unit to the different levels of the factors, like this. And then by comparing the two groups, you can show that you have an unbiased estimate of the factor of interest. So the key point here is that you have an unbiased estimate. So there is no risk of confounding under a few assumptions. So Ronald Fisher had a very strong contribution to modern science because he introduced rigorous designs to reduce the impact of confounding factors, like the factorial randomized block design, Latin square design, split plot, and so on. And this kind of designs, we still use them nowadays for our research. From that, the randomized controlled trials became a kind of gold standard in science. Why? Because they can be used to control factors that are not under direct interest, and it can achieve sufficient control over confounding factors to deliver meaningful comparison of the treatments under study. So now we have a very powerful tool. We receive a question, and to answer the question, what we do a randomized control trial. And in agriculture, this is very popular. I can give a few examples of application of this type of trial. This is a very famous example concerning neonicotinoids. So probably you have heard about it, but there was fierce debates about the effect of neonicotinoids on bees mortality. And to try to see whether these neonicotinoids were indeed impacting bees mortality, many people started to do randomized control experiments. There was non-exposed bees and exposed bees. So what the experimental unit in this case are bees colonies. So you allocate randomly bees colonies to treated and untreated groups, and then you can measure different outcomes like the survival rate, for example, and you calculate an effect size comparing the survival rates between the two groups. Other very famous example in agriculture, no-tillage experiments. So there are thousands of no-tillage experiments in the world. So in this case, you have fields without tillage and fields with tillage. And you can measure different outcomes, for example, crop yields. And by comparing the two groups, you can evaluate the impact of no-tillage on the yield. Another example, maybe less famous, but that I will develop a bit later in my talk, concerns the methane emission in paddy rice fields. Um, Paddy rice fields is the second source of methane emission after livestock. Why? Because the field is covered by water, and because of that, there is plenty of methane emitted by the field. One way to cut the methane emission is to use intermittent flooding. So instead of keeping the water during the whole growing season, you remove the water during a few days or a few weeks during the growing season, and then you put back the water again. In this way, you can reduce the methane emission. In order to quantify this reduction, people did randomized control experiments comparing field with continuous flooding and fields with non-continuous flooding, measure methane emission in both groups, and computed the differences. This looks very powerful, but unfortunately, it does not work always very well. And for three main reasons. The first reason is a lack of statistical power. The second reason is the heterogeneity of the conclusion between experiments. And the third reason are the restricted conditions of the experiments, reducing our capability of extrapolation. I will give a few examples. First examples concerning neonicotinoid. Here is the result of an experiment comparing the weight of the bee colonies exposed to neonicotinoid, exposed in black here, and non-exposed to neonicotinoid in gray here. And here, according to this paper, there is no statistical difference. So the conclusion of the author is there is no effect of neonicotinoid on the bee behavior, mortality, and productivity. However, this paper was published in 2006, and a few months later, someone reanalyzed the data and did a power analysis. And this scientist found that, in fact, based on the relatively low number of replicates, because of this low number of replicates, the statistical power was 33%, meaning that in fact, there was only a 33% chance to find an existing difference between the two groups of colonies. This is an example of a failed experiment. Another interesting example concerns field warming experiments. So field warming experiments consist in several plots. Some are warmed using here infrared heater, and some are not warm, so they are kept at the ambient temperature. And then you grow the crops with these systems, and you measure yields, and you compare yields between the heated and non-heated plots, and you can evaluate in this way the effect of increasing temperature on crop yields. So several experiments were conducted like this in China. So here you have a plot of the results of, I think it's 11 experiments in China. So each experiment corresponds to one site. You see that in some sites you have 5 replicates, in other sites 3 replicates, in other sites 2 replicates. So the points correspond to the effect of +1 degree Celsius on the yield. So when it's positive, it means yield increase. When it's negative, it means yield decrease due to the warming. So this is interesting because you can see different results. So if you look at this result here, you see that on this side, there is no significant difference between the warm and unwarm plots. However, you can see that the confidence interval, so the bar corresponds to the 95% confidence interval, is very large. So in fact, when you have a situation like this, it doesn't mean that you have proved that there is no effect. In fact, you don't know. It's very large uncertainty. In fact, it's again a lack of power. It's a lack of power because here you have only 2 replicates. So you cannot conclude. In other sites, you can conclude. For example, in the sites circled in green here, you have a significant positive effect of warming. But in the other fields, in red, you have a significant decrease of yield due to warming. So at the end, how to conclude? You have 3 significantly negative, 4 significantly positive, and 3 non-significant. So here you see that based on these experiments, it's very difficult to conclude something clear. Yes. So single randomized control experiment do not always work well. So what to do? In the 80s, another statistician, Cochrane, proposed a simple solution. The solution is to combine all trials together. And this was implemented to a very interesting for a very interesting question. The question was whether aspirin could be used to reduce the risk of heart attack. I don't know if you remember, but in the 80s there was a lot of debate about the use of aspirin to reduce the risk of heart attack. And several experiments were performed, randomized control experiment, very nice randomized control experiments. So here you have the result of of 6 randomized control experiments. You have the sample size in the second column. So you see that some experiments were including something like 600 people, while other including more than 1,000 people. And you have the result in the third column. The result is a percentage reduction of mortality with aspirin compared to a control group. And this is very interesting because all the results show a reduction. They show a reduction, but the reduction is never statistically significant. So it's very difficult to conclude based on one single experiment here. It seems that there is an effect, but it's never statistically significant. So this group of people, what they did is to combine all experiments together in order to increase a lot the total sample size. So if you combine all experiments together, you have more than 10,000 people. So it's a huge sample size. And this is a way to increase the statistical power. And when you reanalyze the data after merging all the experiments together, you find 23% reduction, very significant. Since then, meta-analysis became very popular. It's a kind of success story. So what people did is to do when they had to answer a question, they did a systematic review of the literature in order to retrieve all existing studies on a given topic. And then they extract they select the studies according to explicit quality criteria. They extract the data. So they obtain a single effect size plus confidence interval. So each black point here is one single study. And then what they do is to analyze this data set. They analyze the whole set of individual effect size in order to obtain to estimate the so-called mean effect size in the red point here, and the confidence interval of the mean effect size. And then this approach was implemented to solve many problems. If I go back to my story concerning neonicotinoids, so to decide whether neonicotinoid was toxic for the bees or not, many experiments were collected together and subjected to meta-analysis. And this is one of the meta-analyses that was used to support the ban of neonicotinoid in Europe. Here, each point is the average of dozens or hundreds of experiments. For example, if you look at the first point, it's the bee abundance, and here you have the mean effect size due to an exposure to neonicotinoid combining more than 100 experiments. And here the effect is significant. Another example here concerns agroforestry systems. So many experiments were performed in different parts of the world to evaluate the performance of agroforestry. So you have a treatment corresponding to agroforestry and a control corresponding to fields without trees. and then you can measure different outcomes there. Here in this meta-analysis, the people focus on soil carbon storage, the soil carbon stock, and they collected data from several hundred experiments, and they performed this kind of meta-analysis. So the global average is a black point at the bottom of the graph, and you can see that the confidence interval is very narrow because it's based on more than 400 experiments. And you can see based on this global average in black here that agroforestry can increase the carbon stock, soil carbon stock by 18%. So as I said, the meta-analysis became very popular. So here you can see the number of meta-analysis across time, and actually it started to increase very quickly after the 1990s, thanks to the development of several organizations. And now for one given topic, you can have several hundred of meta-analyses published every year. So we can say that meta-analysis became the new gold standard. So what are the main steps when you want to do a meta-analysis? So unfortunately, it's not very quick because you have to go through several steps: scoping, literature search, study selection, data extraction, statistical analysis, and analysis of bias and uncertainty. So it takes usually a few months to perform one meta-analysis. The main statistical method used to perform the meta-analysis is a random effect model. Sorry for the equation. So if you don't like equation, just try to listen to me, but sometimes equations can be useful. So the yi here is observed effect in the study index I. So it can be, for example, yield ratio or yield difference. The true effect is theta I, so it's a true yield ratio, for example, in the study index I. Mu is a true mean effect size. This is what we want to estimate. It is a mean effect in the population. And delta I is a random effect describing the between study variability. It's called the heterogeneity. It's the differences between the studies. The important parameter is a tau square. Tau square is a variance describing the heterogeneity between the studies. And why this is important? Because this parameter describing the heterogeneity between the studies is used to compute a weight. And we will use this weight to compute a weighted average of all individual studies. And this will generate these black points that I've shown before in my graphic. When you do a meta-analysis using a random effect model, you proceed in two steps. First, you calculate the individual effect size yi, for example, the yield ratio. You calculate the variance of the individual effect size, for example, from the replicates of the experiment. This is step one. And step two, you calculate you estimate the between study variance, tau square, and you use this tau square to calculate the weighted average of the individual studies using this simple weighted average equation. And this is your global estimate. This is the mean effect size. And from this, you can conclude whether there is an effect or not. I take an example, organic system versus conventional system on crop yield. So you have a treatment organic crop, a control conventional crop. You measure crop yield, and here the effect size is the log yield ratio. Okay. So you have experiment like this. So here I show the result of 9 experiments comparing organic and conventional system. So the black square correspond to the log ratio estimated from each individual experiment. And the lozenge at the bottom here is a global average, the weighted average, obtained by fitting a random effect model to this data. So here it's negative, so it means a yield loss in organic system. Okay. So the key point is that to estimate the weight, you need to estimate the between study variance here, okay? The tau square. And this is not always easy to do, to estimate that. This is not always easy. And in fact, statisticians propose many different methods to estimate this heterogeneity. So of course, don't worry, I will not present all this method one by one, but just to know that there are several methods. and some are more powerful than other. So I have no time to present all of them, so I've skipped that. But an important point is that depending on the method you use, you may not have exactly the same result. So I will illustrate the sensitivity of the conclusion to the methods using this example. So here, this is the set of experiments comparing the yield under warming and without warming. So you remember that it was very difficult to conclude anything based on the individual experiment. And now, if I fit my random, if I do a meta-analysis, depending on the method that I will use, I will not conclude exactly the same result. For example, if I calculate the average of all these experiments without using a random effect model, so ignoring the heterogeneity between the study, the conclusion is plus 3%. Plus 3%, and you see the confidence interval is very narrow. It's between 3.11% and 3.27%. Okay. Now, if I fit a random effect model, I have a totally different result. Here I have a mean effect size of minus 0.09%, so very, very close to zero, and a relatively large confidence interval between minus 3 and plus 3%. So it means that if I use the previous approach, the fixed effect model, my conclusion is strong positive effect of warming. But if I use a random effect model, the conclusion is no significant effect. So you see that the conclusion can be highly sensitive to the statistical method. Now I will show a slightly more sophisticated application concerning meta-regression. So far, in a meta-analysis, I explained that we calculate a mean effect size, the red point here, okay? But in fact, you can expand a little bit the analysis and make it more interesting. What you can do is to try to explain the differences between the experiments. Try to explain the heterogeneity using one or a few covariates. This is called meta-regression, okay? So you can fit a regression like this to try to explain the heterogeneity. You can also estimate the confidence interval of the regression. And here again, the results can be highly sensitive to the statistical method. I will illustrate the sensitivity using this example concerning non-continuous flooding techniques to reduce methane emission from paddy-rice fields. So here again, we have a set of experiments. Here we have 28 studies covering more than 100 data of methane emission. So the data set is organized like this. So this is the first few rows of the data set. So here you have the references. Here you have the individual effect size. It is the log ratio of the methane emission with non-continuous flooding divided by continuous flooding. So when the log ratio is negative, it means methane emission reduction using non-continuous flooding. And the column number 4 includes the variance, so the accuracy of this log ratio. And the last column is a covariate that can be used to explain the differences between the studies. This covariate is the length of the non-flooding periods in days. Okay. So the assumption here is that the methane emission reduction may depend on the length of the non-flooding period. So this is a simple regression model that can be used to analyze this data. So the Y output here is the log ratio of methane emission. The X covariate correspond to the length of the non-flooded periods. And the BI here correspond to the random effect. The random effect is the residual heterogeneity between the trials, residual heterogeneity not explained by the covariate. Okay? And this heterogeneity is described using a standard Gaussian distribution here. So if I go back to my data set, so the Y response corresponds to the log, the observed log ratio of methane emission. The X covariates correspond to my column, including the number of days without flooding. and the accuracy, the variance of the log ratio correspond to my residual variance here. Um, in fact, when you fit this kind of model, you have to keep in mind that you can define several model variants. First, you can remove the random effect, the BI. You can assume that all the heterogeneity is explained by the covariates. This is the first variant. The second variant is that you can use two random effects instead of only one. Why? Because you can assume that the effect of the covariates is not the same from one trial to another. And then you can assume that these two random effects are either independent or correlated. It leads to the definition of three additional models. And so this is the fixed effect model without random effect. This is a random effect model including two random effects uncorrelated. And this is a model with correlated random effect. In this way, you can define many different regression models. So it looks simple, huh? It's simply a regression, but already with a simple regression model, you can define many different variants. And the point is that depending on the variant you use, you can have very different conclusions. This is a result obtained using the fixed effect model. So you see here, you have a negative relationship between the methane emission and the length of the period without water. So the longer the period, the stronger the reduction of methane emission. Here, the confidence interval is very, very narrow. It gives the impression that we have estimated the regression very accurately. And if I change, if I use a different model, a random effect model like this, you see the regression is lower. So it means that the estimated level of methane emission is lower. But importantly, the size of the confidence interval is much larger. Okay. So this is a comparison between the two models. On the left, the fixed effect model. On the right, the random effect model. You see that there are big differences between the two. So, yeah, I have no time to show the perspective, so I go directly to the conclusion. Yes. Yeah, in summary, so result of meta-analysis and meta-regression are sensitive to the model specification and to the estimation method. This is true for the point estimate, but this is even stronger for the confidence interval. So the confidence bands are highly sensitive to the model specification, especially on the number and distribution of the random effects. One important perspective concerns the Bayesian models. More and more statisticians in the field of meta-analysis um, uh, um, consider that Bayesian models offer interesting alternative to standard frequentist models for doing meta-analysis, in particular for deriving reliable uncertainty bands. And finally, I didn't have time to present this, but in the future, probably that machine learning will be more and more frequently used to perform meta-analysis, in particular for explaining the heterogeneity between trials. Thank you.
Can I start? I saw that you had an AI and ChatGPT slide there. What is that?
So probably that, as you know, machine learning is very trendy. So it's applied in many, many different fields. And it starts to be applied in meta-analysis to explain the heterogeneity of the trials. Why? Because traditionally we use regression to explain the heterogeneity, but the problem of regression is that you can use only a limited number of covariates to explain the heterogeneity. And also regression is not always very powerful to take into account complex interactions between factors. So what people does is to, when they extract the data from individual studies, they extract the coordinates of the studies at the same time as the outcomes. So they obtain a map like this. So here you have the distribution, the spatial distribution of experiments comparing tillage and no tillage across the world. And if you have the coordinates, you can extract, you can obtain the many additional characteristics about the experiments. If you have the coordinates, you can obtain the soil types of the experiment, and you can also obtain many characteristics concerning the weather conditions of the experiments. So what you can do is to build a data set where you, in addition to the individual effect size, you have all the weather characteristics like temperature, rainfall, evapotranspiration. You have the soil types, the soil pH, the soil texture, and so on. And then you build a machine learning model relating the individual effect size, for example, the log yield ratio, to all these inputs. And from that, you obtain an algorithm, and you can use this algorithm to map the effect size at the global scale. So this is what you have here. It is a data set initially used to estimate the effect of no tillage versus tillage on crop yield. And here, the data set was updated using climate data and soil characteristic. A machine learning tool was trained using this data set and used to map the probability of yield gain, here it's for wheat, resulting from no tillage compared to tillage. And this is something relatively new in the field of meta-analysis, but it's quite powerful. The risk is to believe too much in the map, because once you have the algorithm, it's very easy to make many different maps, even maps under future climate conditions. So the question is, what is the accuracy of the map? And I'm sure that you will see more and more papers in the future showing this kind of maps, but we have to keep in mind that it's not because you have a map that the map is accurate. Concerning chat GPT, so one major step in a meta-analysis is to extract the data from individual papers. This is very long, very tedious, and very boring. So what we do currently, we hire a PhD student, and we ask a PhD student to spend a few months extracting the data. This is not very exciting. This is very important, but it's not very exciting. Maybe in the future, we'll not need to do that like this, because we could maybe extract automatically some data from the paper. One example, if, for example, imagine you want to extract the coordinates of the experiment of this paper. So instead of digging into the paper, you can ask Chat PDF. Chat PDF is a variant of Chat GPT. So you upload this paper in Chat PDF, and then you ask a question, what are the coordinates? And a fraction of a second later, you have this answer, you get the coordinates. Of course, it's an ongoing development, but maybe in the future, we could save a lot of time using this kind of algorithm.
Thank you very much.
Hi, David, thank you for your talk. It was really interesting. I wanted to ask you, I have two questions, and the first one more technical, and the other one's more for like advice for students. But the first one is do you have any thoughts about how you could use the results from a meta-analysis to inform future design experiments? For example, just a thought, we have a ton of experiments with corn and nitrogen and density, and how you could use those data to carry out a meta-analysis and inform the actual research gaps in that area.
Yes. Um, One important tool in a meta-analysis is the confidence interval. So for example, here, I have an example, just a few seconds. This is about agroforestry. I don't see okay, I don't find my slides. Uh, yes, here. So here you have a meta-analysis based on several hundred trials comparing agroforestry versus cropping system without trees. This is on soil carbon. So you can see that the author defines several subgroups and they perform meta-analysis for each subgroup separately. And you see that the size of the confidence intervals are very different depending on the subgroups. So this can be used to identify the type of the regions, the soil type, the conditions where it's not necessary to make further experiments. When, for example, if you look at at the um, the results obtained in Asia, for example, or South America, you have relatively narrow confidence interval here. So the benefit of conducting a new experiment in this part of the world is probably not very large. But if you look at Australia, you have a very large confidence interval. So here, clearly, we are missing experiments. And this is the same, for example, if you look at the duration of the experiments in purple here, you have different results for different experimental durations. So you see that we are missing long-term experiments, but we don't need more short-term experiments. So this kind of result can be used to identify the most urgent trials in the short term. Yes.
Thanks.
Hi, David. Thank you presentation. So my question is for more for the graduate students. You know that nowadays you have a lot of videos, resources, and algorithms, machine learning, but you know that a lot of those things are just statistics applied in a one science. Do you think that maybe the students need to improve the skills in statistics first than jump in machine learning or those science? Or do you think that maybe the data science or those new disciplines can help or can encourage to the student in entering those disciplines?
Um, I would say it depends on your objective in terms of research and also on the time available for training. Um, if you don't have a lot of time for training, and if your, let's say, master thesis is focused on forecasting something, you can start very quickly with machine learning, I think, without spending too much time on statistics, because machine learning is very powerful for forecasting. And it will be very difficult for a standard statistical technique to compete with even relatively basic machine learning algorithm if your objective is forecasting. But if your objective is not forecasting, if your objective is to establish a causal relationship between a factor and an output, then I would say that you should start with statistics, because statistics will provide you with very powerful tools to make a statistical test and establish a reliable causal relationship between some factors and your output of interest. But if you have a lot of time for training, it's very good to follow both type of courses, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Um, and last one for grad students too. Um, as you said at the beginning, it's very common for us to perform meta-analysis. And maybe I wanted to ask you if you have advice for someone that's just starting with meta-analysis and whether, for example, to use standard R packages or not, or code their own programs. Yeah, any thoughts on that?
My advice is to avoid starting with the packages. My advice is to understand precisely what is the purpose of a meta-analysis and how the mean effect size and their confidence interval are computed. Why? Because this is not very difficult to understand. As I said, this is just based on weighted average. So you have to understand how the weights are computed and what kind of data need to be extracted in order to calculate rigorously these weights. If it was very difficult techniques, I would not recommend that. But for meta-analysis, it's fairly simple to understand the principles and the theory behind meta-analysis. So this is my advice, to understand the basic calculations that are behind meta-analysis. After, for the practical implementation, there are very, very powerful packages that are available, especially in R. So I will recommend to use these packages, especially for the graphics. In fact, a big part of when you present the result of meta-analysis, you use a lot of different kind of graphics. You will spend a lot of time recoding all these graphics by yourself, and it's not very useful. So I will advise using existing package to do that instead of recoding everything. I think there is a question there.
I can jump before him if you don't mind. Hey, David, thank you so much for the presentation. It was great. I'm actually going to continue with Josefina's question. It's again linked to the graduate students, and I'm sure like you have like a based experience dealing with the students. And I was wondering, would you suggest to a graduate student that is just starting with a program that the first thing that they could do is a meta-analysis to, I don't know, like get into the topic? Would you say that that will be something good for them?
Um, I would suggest to so when you do a meta-analysis, you have to define very precisely the question. So it means that you have to define the effect size that you want to estimate. So I would suggest first to define what you want to estimate. Then, so this is the first step. So you should not define your question in broad terms. You should not define a question like, I don't know, what is the benefit of cover crop, for example. This is too broad. You have to, for example, you may define your question like, I want to estimate the effect of a legume cover crop on crop yield for maize, for example, or on risk of nitrate leaching or something like this. And then the second step is to do a literature review on this topic. Only after these two steps you can decide to do a meta-analysis or not. And the decision should be based first on the quantity of experiments available in the literature. And second, you have to check that nobody has already performed a meta-analysis on the same subject. If you have enough experiments available and if nobody perform meta-analysis on the same subject, then yes, it could be a good idea to do that.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your wonderful presentation. So, my question is, since the type of model specification that the result is already sensitive to the kind of model specification, so do you think specifying different kinds of models and then taking the ensemble is better than specifying a single model?
Um, it is always a good idea to use different models to address the same question. It is always a good idea because you will learn about the level of reliability, of robustness of your conclusion. If the conclusion change as soon as you change some details in the models you use to perform the analysis, then it suggests that maybe your conclusion is not that reliable because it's highly dependent on some specific assumption. If, on the other hand, your conclusions are more or less always the same, whatever the model specification, then you have high chance to get a robust conclusion. So I always recommend using different models. In statistics, it's quite easy, in fact, to fit different models because the computation time is very short, because you always have different packages to fit different type of model. So I don't see any reason to focus on a single model in standard statistical analysis projects. Concerning whether the average is better or not than a single model, I'm not sure it's systematic. Um, a single average is not always better than a simple average is not always better than a single average. However, if you are able to find a rigorous way to weight your individual models according to their accuracy, then in this case, maybe the weighted average of the individual model will be better. But I think the most important point is to compare the results obtained with different models and not to focus on one single model. Thank you. Thank you for this question.
Thank you, David, for the great presentation. And now we will have Jason give a short presentation before lunch. He will present in behalf of Corteva, and then we can head all to lunch.
Well, we're getting the screen set up here for my slides. I thank you for holding on for a couple extra minutes here before lunch. I usually do this in the morning, but this is actually better as the coffee has actually gotten to my brain here. So I'll try to talk quickly so I don't hold you up from your meal. Um, But my name is Jason Rauscher. I'm the academic R&D academic relations manager at Corteva AgriScience, and I lead our Symposia series program. And so I want to take a couple of minutes just to, I know many of you are familiar with it, but there may be many in this room who are not familiar with our program. And I think it really has, it's important to understand the broad impact of these symposia on graduate students around the world. You need to drag it to the other screen. Or... Yeah, that's just the Zoom sharing, I think. There we go. There we go. All right. The mouse. Sorry. All right, I just worked. All right. So excellent. So we've seen an excellent example here of what this program is all about. So let me. I'll just use this. There we go. So this is a program that we've been running since 2008. It is really our effort to engage with the academic community in a way that has a high impact on future scientists, specifically the graduate students that you see in the room today. Um, and this is truly something that is global in nature. We have a lot of core institutions, for example, Kansas State, which we've had 2 Symposia Series events this year that are really important parts of this program. But we also engage all over the world. And as you can see through the colors here, we're on almost every continent. We haven't hit Antarctica yet, but we're big in places like Brazil, and I'll mention because a lot of the crowd here, we did have a virtual Argentina symposium in the not too distant past, and so we're really, seeking to engage with students all over the world through this program. And our objectives are really kind of multiple here. So one is the incredible learning, and you've already seen the examples this morning of the way students put together these events and curate some really interesting science. And it's unique in the sense that students are doing this on their own. They get to choose who these speakers are, invite them, and put this together in really in an unusual and impactful way that is meaningful to their graduate education. So and something I always enjoy, being able to attend these events and learn from them. The networking is a critical part of it, giving students the opportunity to engage with people in the room, not only maybe people they haven't met before on their own university campus, but the speakers that are coming in for these events. And I'm challenging the graduate students in this room, if you have not yet, to introduce yourself to one of the speakers have come in for this event, right? Introduce yourself, connect to them on LinkedIn. This is a great opportunity to build your scientific network for the future. So it's a really important part of this. Career development for us as a private company, it's very important for us to bring in a speaker. Of course, we had Maya this morning to give the perspective of science from private industry at a company like Corteva. And so students have a really balanced perspective of what job opportunities are out there in the future. Because some of them will end up in academia, some will end up in private sector, other public sector jobs. So really having that broad perspective is important. And then finally, the soft skills. So you'll see a great bunch of students around here working together, demonstrating these characteristics that we find so important: leadership, teamwork, organization. Putting together a budget to put this whole thing together, communication skills, and as you'll see in action today, problem solving, everything from technical difficulties to, getting everything just going. So, really great skills that we think are critical for future careers. So, you will see that today. Um, and I want to give a shout out to the organizers here. This is a great opportunity to engage with this Institute for Digital Agriculture and Advanced Analytics here at Kansas State in this way. And so you'll see some familiar faces there. So please definitely thank them for all the hard work they've put into making this event happen. And I do want to say that this is kind of part of our kind of perspective moving forward. We've had a change in the name of our program. It used to be the Plant Sciences Symposia Series. We've very specifically taken the plant sciences out of the overall name of it. We're still very engaged, obviously, in most of these symposia in the plant sciences, but we really want to grow in the digital space, which we're doing here today, and we're hoping to do that into the future. And also in places like crop protection and chemistry, we have some real opportunities, I think, for growth and really broadening the impact. Uh, and finally, I want to put this together in kind of the perspective of Corteva. You've seen Maya talked a lot about innovation today. This is really part of our sustainability strategy. And I see the Symposia series as part of this sustainability strategy in a couple of ways. The first way is the innovation side, being able to expose the community to these ideas and really engage in innovative ways and new ways to try to accomplish some of the goals in terms of moving towards in a sustainable direction for agriculture. Some other ways we've done that are we have a conference series once a year called the New Frontiers Conference Series. And in fact, Dr. Kosla here at Kansas State was one of our keynote speakers for this event a couple of months ago in Johnston. We hope to have another event probably in Indianapolis next year, probably more on the crop protection, maybe biological side. We'll have an announcement on that coming up in the next few months. So if that's something you're interested in engaging with us on and coming to our campus, that's a great opportunity. We have our open innovation platform. If you have ideas that you want to leverage the scale at which a company like Corteva can work, we have a way to reach out, and sometimes we have funding to help drive some of those programs. And we often have challenges, which unfortunately it's a little bit late for this group. But we did have an ideation challenge with a $15,000 award amount for, in this case, it was sensor agnostic AI models for digital phenotyping. So occasionally there are these challenges that we look to the community to help us solve. And so we have some really great opportunities in that space. So I encourage you. I have a banner out on our table in the lobby there if you're interested in our open innovation. And then finally, I want to say that Corteva feels that it's really embedded within our sustainability strategy that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a part of that. And so we have programs specifically dedicated to bringing diverse communities to Corteva to engage and look at potential career paths in agriculture at places like Corteva. So we should have another event coming up in April of next year. So if you're interested in that, you can follow this QR code and sign up and get updates on that, or definitely connect with me as well. I'll have information on that as it develops. And then this is a great opportunity. Right now, we have internships advertised on our careers page. That's both graduate students and undergraduate level. Even if it's not described as a graduate level internship, it can often be molded in that direction. So don't be afraid to apply for any internships that look interesting to you. So if a 3-month, sometimes we have 6-month internships as well. A lot of great opportunities there. And Lucas is in the room here. I know he can talk to you about internships at Corteva. We have some great Symposium series events coming up. Lots, in fact, this week. We have Oenheim and Viçosa. We have several coming up in Brazil in the next few weeks. So please, if you can attend them in person, there are a lot of great events, and also some of them are available virtually as well. And then finally, for those of you, and I know I'll be able to find the K-State Innovation Center at the Research Park. And if you've not been there, this is your opportunity to find it. I will be in seminar room 143 from 11 to 12 tomorrow. If you're interested in just informally talking about careers in the private sector and Corteva, it's a great opportunity just to sit and chat and answer questions. So if you're interested in that, please join me tomorrow morning. Thank you so much, and connect to me on LinkedIn, and let's have a good lunch. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Jason, for the presentation. And now we can head to lunch. Lunch will be packed in boxes. So I encourage you to take the boxes, chat a little bit, but then come back to the tables because the next presentation will be at 12:40. So we can for sure finish our lunch here in the tables. That's not a problem. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Right. Can I?
I'm just checking mine too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. But I would just have. I mean, yeah. So go ahead. I was gonna ask him if I can use my computer instead of this one, but I don't know if you're doing a live broadcast. Then it
No,
might
yeah, because we are streaming with
Okay,
this
then we'll just
stream.
have to re-download the slides from the link I sent you.
No, but
Do you have your email?
I already put everything.
No, but I want to re-update it.
Okay. Okay. Can you send me
After you're done with her, back and
Yeah.
the same link.
Charlie, the same link. You don't need to send.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here. And this is the screen that we'll be able to see, right? There.
Yeah.
Open the site. Yeah. Not work. Well, travel again. All right, thank you.
Maybe, right? Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, should it change? Yeah, it's just very long.
Is this the new one or?
No, no, yeah, this is right. Yeah, I didn't change the name of the file, so it should be the same name. It's just. I'm just saying, wow. Talking to everybody. Hold on. I'm just saying that it's just keep in mind. So it takes a while. Oh, it was perfect. You're leaving. Yeah. We want to work from colleagues. Yeah. From we know, I didn't have the opportunity to know the university and the meeting. So I watch trying to get going around like some professors after I know where that's one thing. Oh yeah. No, no worries. No, not yet. Work on music. Go for this. Can I just use my phone? And I realized they were doing live broadcast. Yeah, right. So they. No, that's fine. We was combining everything in one slide. Oh my god. No, I think no. So every time, I think one time we went to class, we had like this very important meeting. It was only a 5 minute, but we gave them the slides, and then we updated them. And they took the slides for 7 days. It was like, these are all the slides that I changed for a while. Is that? Sometimes if you check your hands, it's trying to run it down. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we start. It's working. Let's see the video. That one worked. So we can.
I saw one in the farm progress. Probably are you a student or part of your team because I was talking with two guys. So we this robot. Yeah, in the farm progress. Or it's waiting, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Good, we check. What is the point we're showing? I missed this airport. Yeah, I missed. Yeah. Check every slide and send. Yeah. Carlos said yes. It started here. Yeah. That was weird. I've never seen that. No, no. Because probably it's CBG. Sorry? Probably CBG or if not PNG or I don't know. This video is always. Yeah. That should be okay. Right? Okay, so all we need is just one slide. Maybe roll and cut the light frame. What is my one? I'm not the cat up with I have to go back. You ready? Yes, go. Right. You got it? Yeah. Take it. No, I will start my PhD studies. I am research associate now. Oh, research associate. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you so much, Carlos. Right. Really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
No, a ver, para atrás. Ay, no. No, ya fue.
Right? Yeah.
And you have a pointer? No pointer. No? Yeah. Yeah. Do you have like how do you switch slides? Just have to click on it. Let's start. This. Yep. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll just use the mouse. Of course.
So, hi everyone. Now I will introduce you to Dr. Chowdhury. Uh, Girish Chowdhury is a computer science specialist in the University of Illinois. His academic career and interest in robotics come with a real world orientation. So he turned in expertise in automatization to reduce to uncomfortable labor-intensive jobs in agriculture. The company Irish co-founded years since developed its technologies to meet the needs to plant breeders, creating robots that can quickly, accurately, and automatically collect phenotyping data in plot trials. Welcome, Girish.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Carlos. Appreciate the introduction. Thank you for inviting me here. It's my first time in Kansas State. I was in Oklahoma for a while, so feels like closer to that time that I spent. So today I'm going to talk about some of the work we've been doing in robotics for under the canopy activities. So primarily, I'll talk about phenotyping, and then I'll talk about some of the work we're doing in cover crop planting from under the canopy. And I wanted to put that in the context of the Farms of the Future project that we have, the NIFA USDA Farm of the Future project that we have. So, but so we'll see. So I'm Girish. I'm originally from India, born in a farming family, and then I've traveled all over the world. I was at did my PhD at Georgia Tech. I was at MIT for a while, and then in Oklahoma State, and then I've been in the Ag and Bioengineering department and the Computer Science department jointly since 2016, which is a very unique thing, I think, and I hope that more people see that joint view over time. I work on autonomous robots. That's my formal training is in robotics, primarily in field robotics, and a lot of work in learning and coordinated robotics. And I'm also the co-founder of EarthSense, a company that I co-founded in 2016. And 2018, EarthSense started working in under the canopy robotics, and I'll talk more about that. And EarthSense has been around for a while, and we've hit a number of very interesting milestones. So some of the things that I'll show you today are possible because of this very strong industry academia collaboration that we have at Illinois, and I think it's very exciting. And for areas like robotics, I think it's really appropriate because you really need good hardware in order to do good software work. Um, so, I mean, I don't need to tell this to this group of people, but obviously the main challenge that we have is how do we grow more food, fiber, and fuel while also keeping the cost of doing so in check, right? So maybe we can, using the methods that we have, grow enough food for the 10 billion people we're about to become. But the question is, how do we bring the outcome of the the food producing system in balance with the environmental costs, and in fact, can we switch it around so that the food producing system can be providing benefits to the environment? And this is a really severe problem in corn. As we know, it's the largest crop in the world, and some of the practices that we use in corn are known to be very highly unsustainable. The business of corn growing is becoming riskier. Overall, agriculture has been a very risky business. There's a reason my family is no longer in agriculture, so I'm sure many other families. Um, and even in the U.S., where we say that ag is commercialized, and a very few Americans, like in India, for example, 70% of people work in agriculture. Here, it's like less than 1%. I think it's very close to that number. Even here with basically high level of automation, we see that farmers are not making enough money. Herbicides are failing. There's issues with sustainability. Soils are under stress with compaction, erosion, nutrient loss, and even with all of these, yields are kind of falling behind demand. And I don't want to be an alarmist. I know that a number of things are being improved, but from a vision perspective, looking forward into the future, the way we want to pose this question is, what can robotics and AI do to make some of the choices that we make in farming more sustainable? And how can we make sustainable farming profitable for the farmers? So, with this, we applied for the Farm of the Future program, and we're very honored to be chosen as the site for the NIFA Farm of the Future. And this has started last year, and it's essentially a site that's a production level site. So we have 40, it's now 60 acres. 60 acres of what we call a digital trial, with a 40-acre of a control trial, which is the traditional trial. And on the digital trial, we are basically taking a number of technologies that have come out of either Illinois or other institutions and showcasing them from the perspective of production agriculture. So a very large part of that is IoT and robotics, and I'm going to focus specifically on the under canopy robotics today. But to give you a full picture, we're also doing connectivity, and there's some very exciting work happening there with CBRS and multi broadband connection, so that we can create connectivity in farms. We're doing integration of animals into the farm of the future. We're doing understanding how to provide some of these technologies to smallholder as well as large holder farmers, and understanding the socioeconomics of technology adoption. But again, today I'm going to talk mostly about the under canopy robotics, and that's my view from under the canopy. And the idea there is essentially, how can we get close to plants in a very an ultra precision way? And I'm showing robots here, but it's the technology could, in theory, also be used on large equipment. It could be used in many different ways. The idea is, if we can get close to plants, if we can operate within the canopy of corn, what can we do? So the first thing that I want to talk about is under canopy phenotyping, and hopefully we'll see some relationship to scouting, which is, would be essentially phenotyping, but in a production setting. And then I'll talk about under canopy cover crop planting. I won't talk a lot about the other applications which are into the future, but I'll leave it to our question answer session to think about what can happen, as we go, once we get these technologies under canopy and under control. So robotics in agriculture, right? This is a classic topic in robotics, right? We've had robotics and ag, kind of workshops in our community. So I'm from the robotics community for the last 30 years. And the question that I always ask my students, and I always ask my colleagues at EarthSense, is, where are the robots, right? We've been talking about them for the last 30 years. Where are the robots? I think, and it's, if you analyze the problems in agriculture and robotics, they basically boil down to this one single variable: cost, right? In autonomous cars, it's possible to have a very expensive car with very expensive sensors because there is a huge amount of demand. In drones, it was possible to make low cost drones because everybody wanted one, right? To take pictures of their cats and their weddings and everything. But in ag, it's such a boutique market, right? Where if you want to go under the canopy of ag, the day you can go to Walmart and buy the robot that does that is, not nearby, right? Maybe one day we'll have that. But this boutiqueness, right? Like, And then on top of that, you have to have that robot has to be low cost because ag is cost sensitive. So that's where the technology crux is, and that's kind of been the specialty of what we've been doing. And the challenges are the scales are vast, the data sets are not really there, they're poor, and there's a lot of lack of structure in the ag environment. There's some structure that you can leverage, but when you go into, and you can start by assuming that there are going to be rows of corn, but then when you go into the field of corn, there's suddenly a plant in the middle, right? And there's weeds, and there's all kinds of things that you'll find in a field. So these are challenging autonomy and AI problems. Things, just to kind of this, I always say as a roboticist, the things that we take for granted, like I'm walking, I'm talking, I'm moving my head, I'm balancing myself. These lower level cognition things are very difficult for robots today. There is a lot of, I mean, we're really good at chat GPT and playing chess and beating people at chess, but we are very bad at being able to navigate and drive around in challenging environments. And again, like I said, the view we've had at Illinois and at EarthSense is that we want to get there, but we want to get there at the higher and higher levels of autonomy, where essentially at level 3, we have one person monitoring many robots. And at level 4, we have nobody at the field. But we want to do that while reducing the cost at the same time. And that's where the challenges are. So let's talk about phenotyping. And this is, of course, everybody knows that phenotyping is very important. I'm not going to explain to this group of people why corn phenotyping is very important. But, we do need to grow better crops in order to feed the world. And in order to do that, the way that most companies and researchers are looking at it is by trying to understand the relationship between genetics and genomics and phenotypes, right? So what part of the what changes in the genome reflect themselves as visible phenotypes? And in order to do this, the classical method has been to do large-scale field trials. So this is an example of a sorghum trial in which there were, I think, 860 varieties of sorghum planted in the same field, and the researchers were trying to figure out which variety is doing better in that field. And of course, the challenge there is measuring the crop. So, for example, things like counting, stem height, stem width, these are phenotypes that are labor intensive to collect. You can try to automate that. And what people have tried is gantries. The gantries are limited in the areas they can cover. Drones are really good at covering very large areas in short times, but they can't really see under the canopy. So what you really need is robots that can get under the canopy. And this is the problem that we started tackling in 2017. In 2017, from my group, we wrote the first paper with this very happy looking 3D printed robot. And it won the Best Paper Award in the Robotics Science and Systems Conference, which in our community is considered one of the top tier conference. And in that paper, we showed this very simple concept that we can navigate under the canopy using relative row navigation, and we can use AI, machine learning, to make sense of that data. What I'm going to show you is the journey since 2017 to today, to where now this is a production ready system and has been deployed already. So first, let's talk about the robot form factor. So when we started, the conventional wisdom in ag was to use large, heavy robots and equipment. And that came from kind of the anchor we have with the large tractors, right? So you want to have this big equipment, it needs to be strong, it needs to get in there. But when we started thinking about going under the canopy, we realized, like right here, that robot is going to kill one of those sorghum plants. I think maybe it did that already. But basically, now this was a traditional robot with tracks and a mast, and it was laboring to make its way through the farm. And we were like, okay, well, we need to have a better solution than this, something that's more lightweight, something that's more easier to use. And there we basically introduced this idea of a very low cost 3D printed robot. Back in the day, this was 2018. And I am very glad to say that among our some of our first trial people were Corteva, right? They were a very open supporter of the Terra Map project. This was an ARPA-E project. And so that's where kind of this idea started coming across. But of course, we deployed these robots, and we found very quickly that they didn't last at all. Like they basically, like one of them literally melted its wheels, right? So we realized that there's only so much you can do in a lab setting. So the company EarthSense, which was then kind of focusing on drones, pivoted into ground robots, became a commercial partner for the TerraMap project, and went and raised venture funds in order to basically solve this problem. And they created this robot called TerraSentia. And TerraSentia was specifically created for under canopy phenotyping. It was created in a way that it is highly rugged, but it's also compact enough so that it can fit within the rows of corn and soybean and do a 360 turn inside the rows of corn, right? So we have 30-inch rows of corn. So within 30-inch rows of corn, we wanted this robot to be able to turn around on the spot and come back in case it gets stuck, right? So we designed it that way. We also designed it to be lightweight enough to be able to carried on in checked bags on airplanes. So you have a max limit. So people always ask us, like, why did you make such a small robot? So there were two reasons: one, fit in the corn, and two, fly, right? But well, we made a lot of innovations from the robotics, and most of this happened at EarthSense. But just from using different types of motors that didn't need to be waterproofed, very rigid designs that were actually very strong. So here's an example of how strong they managed to make this robot. So this is the latest version of TerraSentia that's been out for the last 2-3 years. EarthSense has made about 140 or 50 of these now. And so this our engineer. It's 4 motors. Each of the motor is driven by a single battery. Battery typically lasts 4 to 5 hours, which is strange, remembering what happens with drones. And then it pulls this little tractor there. So there's a lot of power that can be packed in very small machines, and there's a lot of know-how and IP that went into doing this. And one of the things I'm very grateful for is this foresight we had that we have to have an industrial arm, because I can't write a paper about this. You know what I mean? From a robotics community, people are, what's novel about making a robot? I'm like, well, have you made one? But but the fact is that this is really something that lives in the startup world, and I really believe in this ecosystem that most universities now have between with industry and with academia and startup. EarthSense, of course, has gone ahead and made several different variants of this concept. There's TerraSentia Plus, which is larger, has a mast, can go through the fields. There's Terra Preta, which I'll talk about later, and there's Terra Max, which is a 500 kilo robot that can take a 500 kilo payload. But we'll focus on the TerraSentia for now. So once we made the robot, the next question was, how do we make it autonomous, right? So the traditional wisdom in ag is use GPS, right? That is one of the things that happened in the late 90s and early 2000s. But the problem, and of course, you can do autonomy with GPS when you have clear access to the sky. There are some challenges with these small robots, but I'll skip over those. I had a very interesting talk with one of the students today about some of the works that we have done in that area. But the biggest challenge with under canopy robotics is the fact that even RTK GPS, when you go under the canopy, loses accuracy. So typically it's supposed to be 2 centimeter accurate, but when you go under the canopy, you get about 40 centimeters. And this happens because the signals bounce off of all the plants, right? So it's not a straight line of flight from the satellites. It's coming, and because the speed of light, even a nanosecond difference results in a many centimeters of error. So you can't use GPS only to be able to navigate under the canopy. It's good enough still to localize you in plots, but not really for navigation. So this is a very major area of innovation that we engaged in. And we thought about many, many, many different ways of doing it, but there's challenges, right? So you can use something that some of these indoor robotics people use, but then to make it at sufficiently low cost and put it on a sufficiently small platform is a very challenging problem. So we instead ended up designing a very lightweight system in which we had a LiDAR, and from the LiDAR, we were determining the distance to the rows and the angle with respect to the row, right? So that's the idea. But of course, the challenges come from the noises in the environment. So on the left-hand side, this is the point cloud. So what's happening here is that the LiDAR is in the middle, the robot is driving through the rows of corn, and you can see that it's not really seeing the rows as clearly as it should. right? Like if you were to do this in an indoor environment, you would see a very clean point cloud with the lines. So what we had to do, which is on the right hand side, these are the algorithms that we started developing, is making sense of this very noisy data, very non-Gaussian data, to create algorithms to find where the rows are and understand the angles of the rows of the corn. So very interesting things. We did a lot of work in this area. Um, some of it we published, a lot of it has been under the hood. But this is an example of how robust we've been making this system. And this is one of the things I also tell my students, right? I mean, you wrote a paper, that's great. But if I can't kick the robot, you don't get a PhD, right? So I mean, and that's what field robotics is about, right? You have to have. It's not just about could you drive 50 meters and then good enough for a paper, but can you drive miles and miles and miles in the field? And of course, a lot of that goes quite a bit beyond the algorithm. So you start with the algorithm, but then you integrate it into a production level robotic software system where there's debugging, and it's expensive because every time you do testing, you have to spend 2 weeks trying to get back. It's not like making a website where you make a line of change, change a line of code, and immediately you see the result. With robotics, you change a line of code and you have to go to the field, right? Or run a simulation before you see the result. So, but with this, I think we had the ingredients to kind of start providing this as a service. So we had the ability to go through the rows, which we were improving year by year, season by season, and then the ability to use machine learning model that was creating a very rich data set for us. And with that data set, we were able to create very exciting machine learning capabilities to be able to find things. So I'll show you one of the production level algorithms that EarthSense has released. This is the corn ear height algorithm. And this has been run over many thousands of plots with many partners, university and industrial partners. So the robot is driving through the rows of corn. It's detecting the ears of corn. It's classifying them as drooping or upright, and it's measuring their height. And it does that using RGB depth camera, and it does it reliably over and over and over again over hundreds of thousands of plots. There's a back end or the front end, I guess, for the user, which is a website where they can go in. This is a crops data set, this NSF project. And so this is plot by plot, corn ear height, plant height. Then it can be downloaded into a GWAS pipeline, and then you can go and do things that you want. And over time, this data has been getting better and better. These are results from last year. I think we're getting much better results than that now. And now this is another example. So in this example, this is the production software now, where we're detecting the ear of corn, classifying it, and then tracking it across frames, right? So basically, it's like facial recognition for corn ears, right? So we're able to tell that this is the same ear of corn that we saw just before, right? Which is like crazy. I mean, type of what you can do, and then you get an occlusion, and after the occlusion, you still find those things, and then you keep tracking them. So this is really at a very exciting place. I feel that it's really ready to launch. Again, so this tracking thing, and we've verified it across many different types of um, phenotypes now: ear height, stem diameter, plant height, leaf area index. Okay, so the other thing is, so now that we have something that's working for phenotyping, how can we use it in management? So the biggest thing that we've been looking at is cover cropping, right? So cover cropping is necessary in many ways because it's helpful for the soil. And right now we don't do a lot of it because it's quite expensive. And this is kind of how Champaign looks like around Thanksgiving, right? And some people have called it the corn and soybean desert that we live in. And so the question is, can we take the same under canopy technology, repackage it, and then go through the fields doing cover crop broadcast planting before the corn is harvested? And the reason to do that is because you get 2 months of extra field time, right? Which means by the time you harvest, you already have a standing crop. And we've seen that when we do that, the amount of seed we need is a lot less. It's at about a third because moisture is retained well in the field. And if you did broadcast, like a lot of people were thinking broadcast after harvest is very different than broadcast before harvest because you have very good soil to ground contract contact. And according to our economic models, we think that this can be done at a much lower cost than doing it post harvest, because the robots themselves cost less and because they'll be highly autonomous. So won't need a lot of human supervision. So for this we had to solve this row turning problem. So in the phenotyping, it's enough to just basically go through the row, but here we have to go through, turn around, come back in, and do all of this without human supervision. So we've been doing a lot of very interesting work in this, including this algorithm that we released, and then in collaboration with UIUC Earth Sense, and has been recently patented, is this idea of switching between different types of modes of behavior. So essentially, when you're going through the rows of corn, you're following the rows, then there is an automatic detection of when you're exiting the rows of corn. You switch to a different kind of an algorithm to deal, where you rely more on the GPS. And then the very cool thing about this is, because with the cost and all the craziness, you're always going to end up in a situation where you're going to have a crash, right? In the sense that the robot hits the corn. And there's auto recovery features, then they're built in. So it detect it detects the crash and then recovers from it. Let me see if I can forward it and still make it work. Yeah. So the headland turns and then stops, and basically goes. Anyway, it's fine. You kind of get the point. And then the other thing that we've been working on is going beyond the lidar to bring costs further down. So lidars are the ones that we've been using are about 1,500, but that's still quite expensive. For cover cropping, we really need to bring the cost further down. So we've been working on vision, so cameras for navigation. So these are autonomous runs as seen from the front camera. And I'm skipping a lot of the technical details. Happy to talk to those who are interested in that. But basically, it's in the same framework where we have a robust navigation system, and then we're using a camera to find the distance to row and angle to the row. And then once we have that, we plug it back into our reliable software stack, and then we again start kicking the robot. So here now it's not me, but somebody else. It's Arun, I guess. Yeah, and it's so here now you see the lidar is up above. That's where the horn is. I don't know if the mouse is visible here. So this isn't using the lidar. It's using the camera. It's very early stage corn. And I guess no, this is sorry. I can't do it. Yeah, there's corn and there's soybean in the same video. And Arun there is doing his best to try and convince the robot to leave the row, but the robot is doing a good job. It has two things here. One is that it has a good idea of its own speed, and it knows when to slow down. So there are these predictive models that we've built um, in a framework called model predictive control, and also it has the correction mechanism. So he kind of does it. It kind of gets tired, and then it does a transition into corn. Okay, so I think somewhere here it was going into soybean, and then basically transitions into corn. This is at the farm of the future, uh, uh, and then continues to just keep going. So there's a lot of I think this robotic technology is really getting to a good place. See how I can. Okay, and so we've been then basically using it in this form factor to go and do under canopy planting. Batteries seem to last about 3 to 4 hours. It's pretty good. And at 3 miles an hour, 5 robots should be able to cover about 80 acres in about 5 hours. So that seems pretty good. We're at 2 miles an hour right now. We have a project with USDA, and this is at the farm of the future. We've been testing this out. And so this is the example. So this is post-harvest, and this is planting pre-harvest. Obviously, we're getting much better stands. And we've done this year, we've planted more than almost about 200 acres. And we have the I Cover Climate Smart Commodities project that we kicked off. And the partners are here. Illinois, Earth Sense, Tuskegee, Indigo, Norig, Corteva is actually a partner also, ADM. And the goal here is to take the acreage from 2,000 acres next year to 10,000 acres in about 3 years. And that would be very exciting if we can come to that level and do that while bringing the cost of planting down to about $20 an acre and then below that. So very exciting things. So I guess some of the key lessons are, I think phenotyping is, I think we can say that is pretty much here now. And the question is, how can we drive adoption? There's always this question about, is this data really necessary for driving genetic gains? It's kind of something that it was strange for us to hear that after 4 years of working on it, because at the beginning that's what they told us, right? This is what you need. We were like, okay, well, we'll make the system. And now they're like, well, where's the value? I'm like, well, you have to go get the data. You have to create for yourself the Facebook problem, right? Where they first collected tons and tons and tons of data, and then they're like, well, how do we make money out of this, right? And I think if you don't have a big data problem, you're not going to be able to get the big data insights. And then, of course, the next level is, how do we take these technologies to farmers? Maybe, from the viewpoint of a scouting, and if we do that, what is the value of this data? Can we use ultra precision agriculture? Maybe from the perspective of robots, or from the perspective of equipment, large equipment. And then cover crops, of course, I think seems to me to be a promising place for this small robot technology to deliver. Of course, there are other things that can happen after that, such as weeding and um, other things. But I think hopefully this, there's many interesting things we can complete with drones and robots. Cash crops is a very interesting idea. So that's kind of what I had, and looking forward to any questions. Yes. Yeah. So we do about so the row, and then one row to each side. So yeah, we can skip. Yeah, basically we can skip about 3 rows. Yeah, we've got pretty good coverage, and I think there's probably more room there, but we haven't experimented. Any other questions?
I have a question over
Yes.
here. Same table.
Okay. Yeah. Hi.
So the kicking the robot is fun, but it seems like a more disruptive uh interference for path planning would be things that would change the perception, like if
Yeah.
there's some differences in
Occlusions.
lighting or things.
Yeah. So that's the biggest. Yeah, the kicking the robot is a very visible thing that you can do. But of course, the biggest improvements we've had is dealing with occlusions. Occlusions lighting seemed like a big problem as we began, but there are things you can do with sensors that we've done that help, like basically control the exposure and things. So lighting is okay. But yeah, occlusions is basically the thing that I think we're getting better at dealing. We're quite really good at. Our distance between interventions right now are about 8,000 meters, 6,000, 8,000 meters with the lidar based system in the production corn. Sorry, in the breeding corn. In the cover cropping setup, they're just starting to exceed 1,000 meters, and that's the difference. There is the speed is higher for the cover cropping. But that's the key metric. It's the dB, distance between interventions. Yeah. Yeah.
Apologize for question two, but obviously, Gresh, a couple of my counterparts, Jared and Kent, I believe.
Uh-huh.
But Jared and Kent have been feverishly working with your group to see how the rover could supplement what I do in my position.
Mhm.
But especially, I know the I-state folks don't have to deal with they've got rain-fed irrigation over here. We have to deal with well water.
Yeah.
But I guess what advancements are you trying to make in dealing with like center pivot irrigation? I mean,
Yeah.
there's pivot tracks that'll eat a pickup. So
Yeah.
and Nathan would be happy to hear about that too. So
Absolutely. So we've had, I think we've now dealt pretty well with water lines that we've done in some fields. I'm happy to tell you where later. And then with center pivot irrigation system. So in India, they do a lot of furrow irrigation. It's all water fed. They don't rely on the rain. So that's been our place of where this has been tested. It's also interesting because they have shorter rows of corn. They don't have, so APAC is very interesting. So I think the technology, it's we have those things are now coming. So be happy to come and test them out at some point. But the hardware seems to be able to take it. And then we have the TerraSentia Plus hardware, which is bigger, and the wheels are bigger, and the clearance is more, so that can deal with bigger ditches. That doesn't fly on the airplane though, which trade-offs.
How do you encourage grower adoption and emphasize that ROI for the grower um, and especially um, in systems where they're already adopting like strip tillage, so you do have some compaction in those inner row areas?
Yeah. So I'll answer that in two stages. Okay. So I think for the data portion, the phenotyping and maybe the scouting, I feel a lot of that needs to be driven from the seed side, the input side, because that's where the value is, right? If you can make better seeds, you will deliver value to the growers, right? And that's the thing that whenever people ask me across the world and I go and give a talk about ag, I say the biggest difference in the U.S. is really that is things like herbicide resistant corn and really specific varieties that really work. I mean, there's this joke that somebody was telling me in India that in America you guys have it easy because if bugs try to eat your soybean, they die, right? So I mean, so I think there's a lot of value that can be delivered to farmers from the seed by using this data at the breeding level to really go from the old style methods, like, can you collect data on a daily basis? You could, right, with these types of technologies. So that's one answer. Scouting in for farms and data has always been a question of interest. A lot of people say that there is a lot of value in it. I think with drones, people have tried. Often they find that it's too late. With robots, I think there's probably a lot of value, but again, the it has to be integrated with a secondary system that informs where data should be collected, because otherwise it takes too long to scan a field with a robot, right? So there is that trade-off there. But you'll get very different data. And then for cover crops, I think for cover crops, it's about cost and reliability, right? So we've made a lot of progress. So we started 3 years ago for cover crops. Every year we've been making steady progress in being able to handle more and more different kinds of fields. We feel pretty comfortable that we can take on most of the field conditions now that we see in Illinois and in Indiana, and Iowa. There are and there's enough acres there to be able to get to a good place. And I think from there, I guess it's like, we didn't make the iPhone in 1 year, right? It took a while. So with software, that's the thing, right? Once you have a reliable hardware, the hardware and software both have to increment as you gain more and more hours in the field. So hopefully that answers. Yes.
You mentioned field conditions. I'm wondering, when it comes to that broadcast seeding, how does wind factor in? Is the robot able to compensate for strong breezes to full-blown gale force winds that farmers get to encounter?
Yeah, that's a great question in Kansas. So I guess the the when we're under the canopy, we've not really had to deal too much with wind, because the canopy breaks up the wind quite a bit. The thing we do have to deal with is lodging post wind. That does become a problem. Uh, but the broadcast is so close to the ground that you basically benefit from the boundary layer effect. So I know when you broadcast from drones, wind is a major problem because the stuff just goes everywhere. But when you're, with airflow closer to the ground, it's the closer you get, the slower it is. It's basically zero at the ground, right? So the boundary layer helps us. So we're so close to the ground, so we haven't had a huge problem with wind.
Thank you for the insightful presentation. I was wondering, for the robots, do you have to, if you want to use it in a new field, do you have to make a new routes for the robots, as it is can help to navigate the robots? And the second question, it seems like you work now on corn and soybean. So in the future, do you have any plan to work on the other plants or the other crops that may be outside the US?
Yes. Oh, are you from Malaysia by any chance?
I'm from Indonesia.
Indonesia. So oil palm is the next biggest crop that we're working on.
Oh, that's really nice. I work with oil palm too.
Yeah, so we definitely can catch up after. I spent all my summer in Malaysia working on oil palm. The large robot we showed you is there, is for oil palm. But going back to the rose question, so that's the trick, right? With the AI is to create a sufficiently generalized model that can work across different corn settings. So that's the what we call the semi-structured environment. So there is the structure. So that's why one of the lidar based systems that we've used at the speeds that they're running at are really reliable now across many different rows of corn, including with the gaps and things like I said, 6,000 meters, 8,000 meters distance between intervention. Not, and these are not measured by us, measured by our partners. That is, I think, at a place where we say is in a good spot. For the vision-based systems, we're getting there, but I think we haven't had to retrain him. But there is, I think, things that seem very similar to humans apparently don't look the same to robots. That's kind of what we've learned with vision. So this is another, kind of a word of advice I often give, is that it's very easy to get very promising results with machine learning in very little amount of time. So people get very excited. But when you take that and try to make it into a production software, it fizzles. Like the results that you got, like we wrote a paper, and and we were so excited about vision-based nav, and it was going to really be better than lidar and things like that. And then we figured that when we tried to extend it to multiple robots, the camera calibration issues started to come up. And even with cameras that are calibrated right from the beginning, the calibration it loses calibration in the field because of heat and other things. And then you have to kind of deal with that. So with machine learning, that's the thing. Like you can get quick results quickly, but to get useful results reliably over time, there is like this big valley that you have to cross. So often people, you know, generalize that, oh, if I can get a really good outcome in the first few days of training, it's just going to continue, but that doesn't happen.
Thank you.
So, hi, over here.
Okay, hi. Yeah, it's good to raise your hand because
I'm a Department of Statistics, so this question is going to be more on the data,
Yeah.
and I think you're mentioning something for my students in data interested in data science or the data analytics perspective of these. Do you have some recommendations for them to have example data sets that they can use to develop new analytic techniques or approaches that can help on this generalization that you were mentioning? Sometimes the machine learning applies very nicely here, but in when I want to develop some technology or methodology of using the data you guys are generating, any recommendations for them to
Yeah,
look?
absolutely. Yeah. I think one of the views we do have is that once now that we have these, machine learning and data science is quite commoditized now, is the way I look at it, right? What we bring to the table is the ability to collect data that's very difficult to collect at low cost and high amount of ease. I think at some point it will make sense to start opening some of this data. Right now, I guess there are other things, but for academic collaborations, I'm very happy to figure out a solution for that. Yeah.
Hi, Girish, here on this side.
Oh, okay. Hi.
So thank you for your presentation. Was excellent. So mm, you mentioned some applications in high through phenotyping in breeding programs. and those applications I think that are more for companies. And for the application in on-farm level, what do you think are the main bottlenecks to the adoption for farmers?
Yeah, I think really it's about the value in the data. So I think in vegetables, I see a lot of options because insect damage and things like that are quite critical in vegetables and things. In corn, I feel like we really need to see the other side well, which at least I we haven't been able to see from our perspective is where exactly is it valuable to collect the data at what times and what decisions will it drive for farmers? Because data by itself is of limited value, right? Data that is tied to a decision that the farmer can take and affect the outcome at the end of the season has a lot of value. And I think that requires us to complete the loop. It's not just the data, it's the crop models that need to come into play. It's the satellite data and other modalities that need to come into play so we can build a complete solution for farmers. And then I think the ultimate outcome for that is ultra precision management on the field, right? So, and whoever owns that, I feel, is really going to change the way we can do agriculture.
Yeah, very exciting presentation.
Thank you.
So I'm wondering when you are extracting the data from maybe 1,000 plots for a small trial experiment, so the under the canopy, they will capture the image, still images, or they will capture the motion. And then finally, how will you extract the plot level values?
Yeah. Thank you. A very, very good question. I didn't get into the details, but this is a strong pipeline that has been developed. And it starts with first quality checks on the robot itself. So the robot collects the data and it's collecting a package of data. So you have the videos, you have the images, you have the robot on robot data, you have the LiDAR data, you have the GNSS data, and other things that come, and whatever metadata that the user inputted. Then there's like a quality check on the robot. Then once we get the data, we have algorithms that split the data into plots, and they use GPS. So if we have a plot map, we use GPS as well as some of the LiDAR data that we have. So because the gaps are visible, we've spent a lot of time developing those, and so they are very reliable now, and they run in an automated fashion. On top of that, we have a human team that this is at Earthsense and in India that are basically going through and flagging problems if they're there. So Earthsense takes full responsibility for the data that it because if the data is misaligned, there's no value to it, right? So they have a 48-hour process in which all data with problems is flagged, and there's a back office team that goes through it and make sure that that is good. But mostly we don't have to do that because the algorithms are getting really good now at splitting all of that data. And then on that, then you can run the. So yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not just we collected the data and here is a Dropbox folder and off you go, right? Yep.
Key issues with high density data, if we can call it that, are cybersecurity, data privacy.
That's right.
And a whole constellation of things. The most secure systems will institute data protection
That's
at
right.
the point of capture. And so I'm wondering what you see as the perspectives for onboard, or what are you doing, or as you move data through the pipeline, how's it
Yeah.
being protected?
So this is a very good question for our data officer, and we are pursuing ISO certification now to get basically that level of security. But yes, we collect the data. It's everything is right now. All the basic stuff is there. Password protection, data is transferred on encrypted channels. We have a pipeline, a transmission pipeline that can transmit data using internet at field sites, which is very unreliable and intermittent. So we chop it up and we stitch it back together. And then once we have it data on the cloud, we follow industry standard practices. And we are in the process for having the certification now. Yes, all good. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks for again inviting. I'll be around for another hour, but unfortunately, I have to go to Atlanta for the AI conference. So if you want to catch me, I'll be around.
Thank you, Girish, for your great presentation. We will head now to our last presentation for today. Our last speaker is Hannah Garner. She is assistant professor in Arizona State University in the School of Computing and Augmented Intelligence. She's also the artificial intelligence lead for the NASA Harvest program, and she will be showing her work today. Thank you, Hannah.
Okay, thanks everybody. We're almost at the end of the day here. I would like to propose a seventh inning stretch. If everybody wants to stand up or stay in your chair, but move yourselves around a little bit, we're almost there. This room is really dark. That was a really exciting presentation, but I know it's tempting to keep slipping down like I was maybe a little bit in our chairs, but we're going to talk about AI. So don't worry. We've all been talking about ChatGPT today in various forms. We're going to talk about it more today. But first, quick quiz question. Where is this image taken? Okay. Yeah, I've heard some here's and some Manhattans and some other things that were not Manhattan, but this is where we are. This is where we are right now in Manhattan, Kansas. This was taken on October 16th, right before I submitted my slides. This was from the Sentinel-2 satellite, which is operated by the European Space Agency. We get these images every 5 days, so you can go see what it looked like even more recently on the 21st if you want. Um, okay. So, to get started here, talking about how we can unlock geospatial machine learning for global agricultural monitoring, I'm going to start with a story. So this is from a project that we did starting in early 2020, in the earlier days of the COVID-19 pandemic, in the West African country of Togo. So we were contacted around April 2020 by China Lawson, who's the Togolese Minister of Post-Digital Economy and Tech Innovation, because they wanted to launch a new program that would help to provide financial assistance to farmers who were experiencing setbacks and supply chain disruptions and things in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. And in particular, the problem that they were trying to solve was if they have this amount of funding for the program, how should they distribute that funding? How should they allocate it across all of their voting districts based on the smallholder population or the subsistence farming population in each of those districts? And they didn't have any information about what the actual population of smallholders was in each of those districts because most of the data that they have on this comes from census records or voting records, which are not always capturing the full employment of individuals. It might capture their primary occupation, maybe they're a teacher or something else. But for many people, farming is not their primary occupation, but it is an important part of their job and their community. So what they wanted to know was, could we at NASA Harvest use satellite data to map the distribution of smallholder farms as a proxy for this population? So if one district had a large percent of the area covered by these smallholder farms, then maybe that would indicate a higher population of smallholder farmers than an area like this one on the bottom where there's very little agriculture in the region. And they wanted to know if we could do it by Friday. And they were contacting us maybe on a Monday. I guess at the time we're on lockdown, we didn't have that much to do. So they thought, this might be something we could do. And by the way, no, they didn't have any labeled data that we could use for this, for training any models. And for any of you now with experience with machine learning or calibrating models with satellite data, you know that labeled data or ground truth data is extremely important. So luckily, we didn't quite do it by Friday, but we did it in about 10 days. Luckily, this was a problem, a space of problems that we have already been working on in my research group of how do we map smallholder farms and other characteristics of agriculture from satellite data given very little training data. So getting around this ground truth data or training data bottleneck has been a big priority of our research for a while. And so that particular method is outlined in this paper. But in this talk today, I'm going to talk about some of the techniques that we're working on in order to address this problem of a lack of data in agriculture for machine learning and remote sensing data. And hopefully, by doing that, we can have some real world impact on these global agricultural monitoring challenges. So, for example, in this project, we were able to reach well over 50,000 farmers. And our data, as well as some other data products, helped China Lawson and the government of Togo to make that decision. And she said about our map that this map provides unmatched clarity into the nature and distribution of agricultural land nationwide and helps provide decisive knowledge being used to design social protection policies aimed at improving the livelihoods of agrarian rural communities. So this illustration here kind of shows the workflow or the flow of information of a lot of the projects that we do in NASA Harvest and now in NASA Acres. So all the way back to this morning, Mike talked about the essential agricultural variables. Those are really what is being captured in this products area of this diagram. So we get this satellite imagery. We have lots of different points in the electromagnetic spectrum. We have this data over huge spatial areas, and we have all this data over time. And we can pair that data with our ground truth information from extension agents, farmers, or others collecting this data. And we use that combination to train our machine learning models to predict those essential agricultural variables, such as cropland maps. So, where are crops being grown? Crop type maps, which types of crops are being grown? How are they doing, their conditions, and how much of them will there be? Yield monitoring. And then we can distribute that information to policymakers or other institutions, as well as farmers and other decision makers to help support decision science, as Maya termed it. And across the board, this is here we're talking about agriculture, but this really goes well beyond agriculture into many other application areas with remote sensing and machine learning. Usually, what people want to get from this data falls somewhere in these three questions: where is it, what is it, and how is it doing? So, that's basically what we're trying to predict from these models. So, crop classification or cropland mapping and crop type mapping, this is really the the minimum essential agricultural variable. As in order to do all of these cool things that we want to do with remote sensing data and agricultural monitoring, we first need to know which pixels have the crops in them. And then, this is really like the first step, step zero that we need to solve. So this is a big focus of the research that we do. And so again, that pipeline essentially is getting these labeled data of where crops are being grown and pairing them with the satellite Earth observation data, training our models, and then using that trained model to make predictions densely over an entire area in order to create a map or a cropland map in this case. But again, the problem here is that we are almost always faced with this challenge of not having enough labeled data. And if it's not for cropland data in one place, maybe in some areas we have a lot of cropland or land cover data, but there's going to be something else we don't have a lot of data for, like let's say agricultural practices or other things. So this is constantly a challenge that we face. And that's because ground truth data collection is a lot of work. I think I'm probably preaching to the choir here, because a lot of you are coming from an agricultural background where you know how difficult it is to collect data in the field. In my field of computer vision and AI, people are used to labeling problems that look like this thing on the top right, where the label is really completely captured in the image itself, and it's often pretty clear. So, like, is this a cat? Is this a boat? Is this a dog? Is this a hot dog? This kind of thing. Um, and that can be quite easy even to outsource labeling and get really large amounts of data. In agriculture and in a lot of other areas, we need experts often to do this. And in particular, with remote sensing data, we can't always see, and we pretty much never can see what the actual crop type or these more detailed labels are from the satellite image. So, if you look on Google Maps at the satellite images around where you are, in these fields, you can't tell that something is soybean or corn just by this coarse satellite image. We have to actually go there, and that is really challenging and not scalable. So we often go out with an app or some other annotation tools. You have to get out there in the field, get out of your car, get out there, record it, fill in this little form, you know, get back in there, and then go to the next one. This whole process is maybe like minimum 20 minutes per field, right? This is really not scalable. And so, as a computer scientist, the first time I was doing this, I was like, man, there's got to be a better way, you know? And this is really hard work and really unscalable and really inexpensive, or really expensive. So this is where we came up with this idea that we call street to sat, which is trying to take ground truth, or sorry, ground level, street side, think of like Google Street View, but a little scrappier, images, and turn that into ground truth labels for crop type mapping. So what we do is we take our little kit of GoPros, mounted on cars and on motorbikes like you see here, and we drive past fields, or we have our partners drive past fields and collect images every half second. So we get 2 images every second as they're driving past the fields. And then we want to use machine learning to automatically detect the crops that are growing in there and produce a label. So in order to do that, we need to first get our photos that have this coordinate from the GoPro. So we get a latitude, longitude, and a timestamp from the GoPro images. And then we have to do some filtering. So we end up actually keeping like maybe 10% of the images that get taken. You can imagine 2 images per second is a lot, and it's not always a crop field. So we first do what we call crop or not filtering, which is basically just an image level classification. Does this image have crops in it or not? And then we do a crop type segmentation. So now we have about 10 crop categories. And so then the model will predict this little segmentation mask around where the actual crops are. It's kind of hard to see here, but maybe you can see the soybean detail in there. Um, and so we get that mask as well as the crop type that's predicted. And then the next step is a little more kind of weird to think about, but basically, the image location is on the road. So we want the image location that we pair with the satellite data to be on the actual crop that's in the image, not the image itself. So if we were to take all of our image lat longs and pair that with satellite data, we would be classifying roads as maize and soybeans, all these things. So what we need to do is actually have some way to move the location of the image from the road where it was taken to the actual crop field that is captured in the image. And then once we get through all of that, we can get our crop type label. And so these first 2 steps of the crop or not filtering and the crop type segmentation are fairly straightforward. So I'm not going to talk too much about that. But this distance offset step is surprisingly really difficult to solve. So that's where we've spent the most time. And we've tried a lot of different things from this. We've tried like structure from motion. We've tried doing just like classical computer vision based techniques of estimating how far away an object should be if we know its height. We've tried all kinds of things, stereo, etc. And without much success. And so in computer vision and in robotics with perception, if somebody like Girish was looking at this, he would probably be like, oh, monocular depth estimation. We have these models that, well, first he'd probably say LiDAR and we'd say too expensive. And then they would say monocular depth estimation. And so what that means is monocular, we're just taking one image, one camera, and predicting the depth at every pixel in the image. And so this has been a big area of research in the last 10 years even. And recently, there's been a lot of kind of state of the art, really impressive achievements with more recent models like transformer based models for depth prediction. But it turns out, as Girish said as well, what you get in the paper is not necessarily what you get in reality when you deploy it. And so what we found when we were testing all of these monocular depth estimation models was that when we tested this, we didn't have a ground truth data set of crop distances. That's really hard to annotate a lot of, but we did have this data set called the Mapillary Planetary Scale Depth data set, which does have LiDAR ground truth depths for a lot of different roadside images all over the world. And so we evaluated those models that were the state of the art in depth estimation on this data set and found something really interesting. So what these plots show is that in this top left image that says 0 to 4 meters, the error, so that this is a histogram of the error on the x-axis. So you can see the errors pretty much are within like 5 meters, plus or minus 5 meters from the actual depth, when the true distance of an object is between 0 to 4 meters. But when you start having things that are farther away, they end up having much, much higher error. So between 4 to 10 meters and between 10 to 20 meters, we get much larger errors. And that error that we see could be the difference between one field and the next field in a lot of countries. Or it could be a difference between the field and the road. So this level of error was really not at all acceptable for the use case that we had. And this might seem a little bit surprising that like these models might not, they don't work very well in open environments where things can be very close or very far away and are often very far away. But what we also learned was that humans, at least us humans, were actually really bad at this too. So if you want to try this out yourself, next time you're driving by some agricultural fields, if you look from your car and try to estimate how far away the first row in the field is, maybe some of you have some actual knowledge of doing this if you're farmers, but those of you who aren't, at least for me, I would be looking at it and I'm like, that's probably 15, 12 meters away. And then we'd go actually measure and it's like 25 meters away. So it's actually really difficult to do. So I'll give these models a little bit of slack. But what is a bit easier to do and is actually closer to what we as humans think of as the way to solve this problem is the following. So we stepped back and we were like, okay, do we really need to get the distance from the camera to the crops that are in the image? Really, what we need to do for this problem is we want to pair the label with the correct field or the correct field locations in the satellite images. So, what we really want to do is when we're looking at this overhead view with the satellite data, if our image is taken here at the base of this red arrow, we just want to point out this field. We just want to know, which field was the right one. And that's the field that we're going to extract the satellite data for and pair the crop type label with. And same with this case on the right. So we said, okay, let's see if we can just get a model to solve this problem this easier way that we would.
So what we literally do is give this image with the arrow on it. So the arrow is pointing from the camera location in the direction that the image was taken. And the task for our model is to segment the field that it's pointing to. So you can see how on the right, now we get some more reasonable outputs that might help us solve this problem. So now with that image passed to the model on the left, it predicts that this is the field being pointed to, and same in that other example that I showed. Um, and so this has surprisingly been the most effective way to solve this distance offset problem. But I wanted to show this in particular because um, when you're thinking about how to solve problems that seem not to have any solutions out of all the existing solutions, sometimes you can step back and do some really maybe unintuitive things that are kind of Occam's razor, like the simplest things might actually work the best. Um, so something to think about in your own research projects. So now that we have all of these different steps, we basically have these three different machine learning models and some different pre-processing and filtering steps in there. And we can package all those up into model files essentially that get put into these little Docker containers and are triggered every time we have new images from a GoPro drive collection added into our Google Cloud storage buckets. So those images get in there, and as soon as they're new images, that whole pipeline triggers, and we get these predictions added to a Firebase database, and then we can do any filtering or post processing on those after the fact. And so at this point, we now have over 5 million images processed over several countries. So we've got images in the US, in Nigeria, in Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda. And this number just keeps growing. So we're hoping to very soon be able to publish that full data set. So when we're faced with this roadblock of not having enough labeled data, one solution could be to try to collect that data more efficiently. So, how can we get creative about how we obtain that ground truth data in new ways, in a more scalable way? Another way is to learn from the limited labeled data that we have more efficiently. So, how can we get more out of less? And so, if you've done anything with machine learning in the past, especially in other domains like vision, what we want to know is where is our ImageNet trained ResNet for remote sensing? So, in other applications, if you've done anything with vision, even with like classifying crops, you've probably used a pre trained model that is trained on these other data sets that are enormous, like 100 million images or more, and use that as a starting point for fine tuning your model for a different task. And so this has been shown to lead to the state of the art results on all kinds of tasks that can be very different, even like medical imaging, very different from the original task that it was trained on. But again, in remote sensing, this pre-trained models really has not taken off. There's been some stuff that's been proposed, but we still don't have something like we have for vision where we can just load up our pre-trained model. And really, all of these different supervised pre-trained models in the past that have been proposed don't do better than pre-training a model on these generic ImageNet data sets. So basically, like cats, boats, dogs, pizzas are more informative because of the size of those data sets than a lot of the actual remote sensing pre-training data sets have been. So in remote sensing, though, it's pretty unique compared to some other domains where we're actually not data limited. We're label limited, but we have a huge amount of labeled data. Like the amount boggles the mind, like 100 terabytes being collected every day or more. And that is only growing. So we're not at all data limited. And similarly in language, with natural language processing,
unlabeled data is where these biggest advancements have come from in recent years. And so unlabeled data has actually driven these advances, and now it's called large language models, to have really generalizable models. So who here has heard about ChatGPT before today? Be honest. Okay, some people. Awesome. Maybe some of you are hearing ChatGPT for the first time and you're like, what the heck are these people talking about? So I asked ChatGPT to explain itself using no jargon and give an example of how it can be useful to digital agriculture experts. So you can see here, for instance, if you want to know the best time to plant a specific crop or how to deal with a particular pest, you can just ask ChatGPT and it will give you helpful answers based on what it's been trained on, a critical point also. Um, can be your knowledgeable buddy ready to provide useful advice. Okay, so basically, ChatGPT is a chatbot that's been trained on a huge amount of data, basically all of the text on the internet, whether or not we gave permission or not. Um, and so this has been really, really exciting. I've never heard so many people talking about AI in my career. Um, and we can also do these really cool things, not just with language. This is Dolly. Does anybody know Dolly? Now we're on Dolly 3. Um, this is like a multimodal text and language generative model. So we give it a language prompt. So in this case, I said to illustrate a crop field in Kansas with a spaceship landing in the middle. And this was the result. So if anybody wants to imagine what that's going to look like, now you can. And these are kind of silly parlor tricks, but ChatGPT has actually been quite useful in a lot of real uses. So, does anybody use it like in your job or in your daily life? I do. Okay. A lot of people use GitHub Copilot, which helps you write code and has been shown to help people solve tasks 55% faster than not using Copilot. For graduate students, I think especially learning to use new tools, it can be really helpful for improving writing, all kinds of things like that. And this is really driven by these the immense size of these models. So because these models are so huge, they also require a huge amount of data to train on. Um, and so it's kind of a vicious cycle there, but really what is driving this is the size of these models. So GPT-4 now has 1.7 trillion parameters. So if you think of like y equals mx plus b, which has two parameters, this is 1.7 trillion. So next quiz question. Does anybody know what GPT stands for? What was that? Nope, not quite. GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. Okay, so what does that mean? Generative tasks, we all talk about generative AI now, but yes, that means that we can generate something, but when we're actually training these models, it means something about the type of task that we train them with. So when we have labeled supervised classification tasks, we would have a problem set up like this. So if I have this phrase, here in French, a classification task might be to classify the language that it's written in. This is French. Okay, so I'd have lots of examples where it's that text paired with the label. A self-supervised generative task basically is a way to not have any labels or answers, but create it from the data itself. So in a generative self-supervised task in pre-training would be something like taking um, a phrase in one language and generating the output in another language. A very common task is called masked autoencoding, which is where we put a mask over, we basically hide some part of the input, and the task is to predict what was missing. So, using these generative pre training tasks, we're able to use huge amounts of unlabeled data. So just taking whatever we can find, piling that in, making these generative tasks by masking things out, deleting the last word, etc., and training on basically all of the internet. And then we have a very robust model that we can use to fine tune for lots of different tasks like ChatGPT is a fine-tuned model from GPT. Um, GitHub Copilot is fine-tuned from GPT, etc. So if we can do this using language data, can we also do this using satellite data, remote sensing data? So instead of LLMs, can we have LEMs or large earth models? So what we want to do is be able to take all of this satellite data from all these different sources and pre-train a model on that huge amount of data that we can then use as a starting point for fine-tuning for basically any task that we want using that data. So can we quantify forest carbon? Can we classify crops? Can we count cattle, cloud segmentation, etc.? Just like we do with those models like GPT. And even in the future, can we get to this multimodal setting where maybe we can ask questions in natural language, such as how much wheat was harvested in Ukraine in 2022? And instead of having that huge team do a ton of work like Mike showed in his talk, can we just get that answer back? That's kind of the holy grail here. But if I'm actually somebody that's going to be using this model, there are some requirements that I have for this actually to be usable. So first of all, I want to be able to use whatever sensors and time steps are available. I don't want to be restricted to just RGB channels of Sentinel-2 or just the Sentinel-1 radar satellite or a certain sensor or certain points in time. I need this to be flexible. ChatGPT doesn't insist that you write in one language, for example. I want it to work everywhere in the world. This should not just work well in like Europe or North America and not at all in Southeast Asia and Africa. And critically, it needs to be small enough for large scale inference. So in remote sensing data, we're predicting on enormous data volumes, right? If we want to make a map, we have to make millions and millions of predictions with the model in order to get a prediction at every location. And so this performance criteria is hugely important for global monitoring. Also, we're often trying to solve problems that are related to sustainability. We don't want to contribute to climate change by training this model to fight climate change and have this feedback loop. So, training GPT actually used so much water for cooling the computers that Microsoft maintained that it put the drinking water of Iowa at risk. Does anybody have an estimate too for at prediction time whenever you use ChatGPT? Do you know about how much water is used just for your own queries? It's about a 16-ounce water bottle. So when I learned that statistic, now every time I go to use it, I think, is this worth me taking this water bottle and dumping it out? So something to think about. Okay, so for given all of these criteria, mass autoencoding, like I was talking about before, is emerging as a potential solution here. So in mass autoencoding, we take an input image and we split it into patches. This is coming from the vision world. And we project those patches into some embedded space, and then we randomly delete some, and then we pass these tokens through a transformer-based encoder, and we fill in the ones that we're missing with this explicit mask token. So we say which ones are missing, and then we pass that complete set to our transformer-based decoder, and we try to reconstruct that original input with that wasn't masked. And so there are some solutions that are emerging for this for satellite data. Um, Most notably, two models called ScaleMay and StatMay. But unfortunately, they don't really meet these requirements that I have. So, number one, they force me to use specific sensors. One of them at least lets me use all of the multispectral bands from Sentinel-2, but the other forces me to use only RGB. One of them lets me use only 3 time steps, but in agriculture, we know that looking at the season in detail can be really important. So this is pretty restrictive. They're trained sort of on global data, but they haven't really been evaluated in a lot of different geographic regions, so we don't really know how they perform across the board. And they are definitely not small enough for large scale inference. So SATME, for example, requires 8 GPUs to fine tune. I think probably most people in this room don't have that. Certainly not most people in the world. So this is a depiction of the size of those two models and our currently deployed model, which is way, way, way smaller. So what are these approaches missing? When we're thinking about how we can do better here, we know that there are so many different complementary sensors from remote sensing data. And we also know that there's not just these observation sensors that are directly observing radiation, but we have all of these derived products too, like land cover maps, this dynamic world, a 5 daily land cover map, for example. Um, we collect this data everywhere all the time. And for remote sensing data, we don't actually need super deep neural networks. Um, I'll save why that is for later because we're short on time. But because when we think about what we're actually seeing in that data, it does not require these really deep networks. So we've designed a model that we call Presto, or the pre-trained remote sensing transformer, which is designed to fill some of these gaps. So with Presto, we use a wide variety of these satellite sensors for pre-training. So you're not just limited to one type of sensor. We applied structured masking strategies. So the model is able to handle missing channels or time steps. So at prediction time, when you go to actually use this for your task, you could have any one or any combination of those input sensors available. It doesn't require that you have all of the data. And we use time series inputs rather than large spatial patches, which is important for downstream use cases like agriculture, but also keeps the size of the model really small. And so that means Presto is not much smaller than our currently deployed model and is 1,000 times smaller than ScaleMe and SatMe. And we curate our pre-training data for global representation and diversity. And what we find is that when we test Presto across a lot of different tasks and use cases that have a variable number of time steps and remote sensing data sources or input channels, different size fine tuning or training data sets, lots of different task types, so segmentation, classification, regression, etc., in a lot of different places in Africa, Europe, North America, we find that Presto performs better than or competitively to other state of the art methods, despite having 1,000 times fewer trainable parameters. And in particular, can just give you a preview of what that looks like for our agriculture benchmark, which is crop harvest. That's for crop type classification in Kenya and Brazil, and cropland classification in Togo. That's what you're seeing here. And the mean of those, we have dramatically fewer parameters that need to be trained both during pre-training and that fine-tuning step. And we still get better results than competing models. And then we also perform well if you have a time series over a season. Even if you have just, say, the first few months, we can meet or exceed the performance of other models, the previous state of the art on that task, with just a few input months. So, in the beginning of the kind of towards the early growing season. And we've tried to make it really easy to access. So, in particular, you can just use this code snippet here. If you want to use Presto yourself, you don't need 8 GPUs. You can fine tune it in a matter of minutes on just a regular laptop. And so we've seen this lead to a lot greater uptake than some of the other models. And critically, since I mentioned I'm the AI lead for NASA Harvest and NASA Acres, we actually want to use our model for doing things like Mike was showing, these real world use cases, and like the example I showed in Togo. And so we're actively using Presto in some really challenging applications, such as taro mapping in Hawaii, where we only have like 18 ground truth data points. So these very limited labeled data scenarios. So I want to close by saying that this work is not at all possible without a very diverse interdisciplinary team as well as funding sources. So, our team with NASA Harvest and NASA Acres is super interdisciplinary, and my students and collaborators are as well. So, this could not just be done by us computer scientists for sure. Um, and so we get a lot of input across the board from different kinds of end users and experts. So it's some of them shown here. And I will take any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you. This is amazing technology and it's really cool, but a lot of privacy concerns arise for me. Like, will an Earth model eventually be able to tell what time my car leaves the driveway every morning and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what's interesting about satellite data is I think when most people have seen satellite data, it's like Google Maps, maybe. And that data is so much higher resolution than anything that I'm showing here. So that data is collected basically, I think this wasn't covered in Mike's talk, but in this distinction between a lot of public and private satellites, often the coarser resolution public ones, which are like 10 meter per pixel or coarser right now, which basically means like, I don't know. Remember, I'm bad at estimating distances. Maybe that wall is 10 meters away. And maybe, this area is like 10 by 10 meters. This would all be 1 pixel. So your car is below a pixel in that. And that data is frequent in time, but still every 5 days, not nearly, every one day or every morning. But those other satellites like Maxar and that are more like Google Maps status, where you can maybe kind of see a car, but sort of a house, those are tasked. So only when like the government or somebody pays for them to take pictures do we get those. So, I don't really see us going into a place where like that level of data is collected all the time, like these monitoring satellites are. Um, but certainly I think privacy is a concern, but the reality is that like we're not the ones who are deciding what data is getting collected. And to me, it's important for people to be able to use these tools to protect themselves and get what they want and answer what questions that you want rather than letting it happen to you.
You had mentioned that the monocular distance estimation approach doesn't work. Did you try doing something like offsetting the time between the images to create a stereo pair or like rigging two
We
cameras?
did. Yeah. And so that's what I meant by structure from motion. Like we have two overlapping images. But a big challenge there is that to do that well, you have to be able to match feature points between the two images. And it is like impossible even for humans. Maybe now we should get Girish's tools that were he was saying you can still find the same ear of corn. We could not, like looking between two overlapping images and being able to match those points across was like impossible.
So great presentation, Hannah. So my question is more related with um, the concerns about the artificial intelligence. It's not too related with the satellite data. Um, how do you see the impact of the artificial intelligence in agriculture? Since we are in the big data and artificial intelligence, the positive and negative aspects.
Yeah, I think myself being motivated to work on AI from a perspective of wanting to use it for all the good that it can have in the world. I think I always had this perspective like, oh, well, we're building these things for good, but increasingly I've sort of had my eyes open to all of the things that the technology can be used for
as we're making all of these tools open, like all of our code is publicly accessible because that's a good thing, but it could also be a negative thing if used for harm. So I think, to be honest, I don't know where things are going, and like even my viewpoints are being shaped all the time right now in terms of AI safety and how we regulate this space. Um, so I think to me, the most important thing that we can do right now is make sure that everybody's concerns are voiced and everybody's being a part of this conversation about how we're going to regulate it, not just the conversation being dominated by, for example, companies who might have different incentives than growers.
So, and also, I was wondering in this discussion that today everybody is wondering discussion about that is uh, how the artificial intelligence will impact in the job markets, in the job replacement to the person. Do you think that will be complementary or will create the impact?
Yeah, another good question. So, like, for example, I used to think like, oh, it's never gonna automate us out of things. At least like a computer scientist, I've always got a job. Gotta keep writing these things. And then GitHub Copilot came out, and I was like, I stand corrected. So, which is not GitHub Copilot does not always write perfect code. But anyway, I think increasingly, like my biggest fear is not that people are going to be kind of like automated out or be sidelined, but we're all going to start like converging to this like suboptimal mean where it's like, maybe like the outputs from ChatGPT are not as good as an agronomist, but like maybe it's fine, And so like everything just kind of starts to degrade like that. I think where human expertise is particularly useful forever probably is like recognizing anomalies, like recognizing when things are not true, taking into account all of these different sources of data and thinking logically, like where are the things that could be missed? What's not obvious? That's what I think we're still very limited in terms of AI.
Um, yeah. Uh, well, I caught the last part of your presentation and I really liked it. And I might have missed some part of the beginning, but I realized that you encounter like small data problems, right? Um, and I've seen a lot of people in machine learning, which is kind of data hungry, have this problem. And I was wondering if at NASA maybe you have an initiative to create open databases, not only for NASA like inside, but also to the public to help
Yeah.
solve that.
Yeah, so open data. So, with my own research group and our initiatives within Harvest and Acres, open data and open code and everything is a huge priority. Um, but even within NASA as a whole, they have this like whole mission that they call it, like as if it's a space mission of like transform to open science. So they're trying to get like scientists to really get on board with making everything open. So we do Presto is totally open. Our data, that crop harvest benchmark that I mentioned, that was published by us. That's over 100,000 geo-referenced crop data points and crop type. We also we're about to come out later this year with a field boundary global data set and a yield data set and an update to crop harvest. So we make a huge effort to make things public, but again, with that comes concerns about privacy, and we always want to make sure that we're not putting things out there that people didn't sign up for or could potentially be used in adverse ways. So, as part of Acres, we actually have a team member in the core consortium that is working on figuring out these data sharing ethics and guidelines for researchers.
Hi. Oh, interesting. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really inspiring. I do have a question. I have very little experience with AI or this LMS, but I do have experience using sort of this data. And my main concern is, what about uncertainty on the data? Is it possible to sort of have that produced data set with a level of uncertainty so that when we input it into our different models, we can sort of estimate if our results are going to be good or not? So how does the LLMs deal with uncertainty?
Well, LLMs don't deal with uncertainty, but that's a different issue. Um, so with our data, we are trying to design from the beginning to provide metadata that people can use if they want to incorporate uncertainty, such as like the positional uncertainty. So if you have, we've talked about, for example, when we make the distance offset point for that StreetSat data set public, should we just have a single point or should we make it like a Gaussian probability centered at where we think it is so you have some confidence distribution? Should we give, the whole mask or just the data points? Can we give the confidence of the classifier for the crop type, all that kind of stuff? So we at least want to be really transparent about that and do all of the quality assessment and control that we can. Um, that's on the data side. On the output side, when we put out data products, we only will do it. So I really liked, I think David, you said just because you have a map is not what makes it accurate. Yeah, I so agree with that. And we have maps just coming out all the time, and you look at it, and your eyes think that, oh, it's a map, it must be right. But you have no sense of the uncertainty or the confidence about that. So we ourselves don't put out any products until we've fully robustly evaluated it with like best practice statistical methods. um, and when we do things like area estimates or these aggregated statistical estimates, we always have confidence intervals, and we follow these best practices, and we try to speak out if other people don't, and do our best when we're reviewing papers and things like that to call attention to that. um, and yeah, increasingly people are working on methods for being able to estimate uncertainty, not just a confidence, but actually like a probability and uncertainty estimate with these models. But that's still a big area of research. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, for the great presentation. Now we will have a coffee break until 2:40. At 2:40 p.m., we will have a panel discussion with four speakers that I will present in a bit, and we will be discussing about the future workforce, which are mainly us grad students. So I encourage you to think about questions you would like to do. Um, yeah, see you in 20 minutes.
know. I like it when there's a table in front of me so I can lean on it or have my notes out.
No worry.
No, no, the one that says funny with the bigger de panda, hay una que dice cuál es con el clicker y el logo de sí, porque es como el sponsor de las los empresas.
¿Mover esto para arriba? Sí, la idea era moverlo, moverlo esto arriba. Porque si Valentina va a moderar, vamos a ponerlo.
È una parte per fare il post.
Sí, vamos a darte, viste, ocho para que veamos cuatro postes. No, vamos a hacer como 30 y cada uno va a hacer cuatro. Solo vamos a hacer con.
Sí, me parece bien. Muy bien, muy bien.
Sí, ya lo hizo.
Sí, soltanto che siamo cose grandi.
Son dos nada más, es esto.
Pero ¿quieren que pongan eso?
Sí, porque voy a decir un segundo algo. No, no, no. No, pasó. Yeah, I was with Caillou. Yeah, I was visiting with him, and we are doing some projects on matching. Cool. You might want to take a look at that. Yes, yes. Yeah. Is that in January, right? It's in January. Yeah. Are you the organizer? Yeah. So just let me know. Good. Thank you. Okay. Okay. You wanna try, guys? A ver. A ver. Tráeme el corrección. Dale. Ahí está. Ahí está, ya. The computer, I don't know. Pero no. Ujú. Pero no va a haber forma de que entren. They will be entering that way. Yeah, Max. Yeah, okay. Okay, we are about to start. Everyone, if you can enter. Yeah, so we're trying to connect those two. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you for the letter. Yeah, let's. Okay, I think that we're on time. So if we will encourage people that is still on posters, bring them back. Any help that you can we can get to keep people back in the room, I appreciate that. So okay, the next part of the symposium is specifically focusing on a panel, and we were looking at different people. So one of the first things that I will highlight is all the effort done by the students. And you have seen in the morning, I think that they recognize the students. This is a symposium led by students in the College of Ag, Arts and Science, and Engineering. Okay, so we have students from computer science, geography, statistics, agronomy, entomology, and then I think that it's just very worth to emphasize the nature of the interdisciplinary part of the team and everything that took to put together like a very professional event. So congratulations on that. So as you see, we the theme of the symposium, and this is how we start thinking more than a year ago with Corteva on digital ag. And digital agriculture means involving multiple disciplines. And one of the main aspects when we discussed with Jason from the company, Corteva was looking on a symposium that was putting together not just ag, but thinking about how we start working more in an interdisciplinary approach. And I think that we just, I mean, if we look at the students and the event, they deliver. And I mean, I would say that I'm very proud of everything that they have achieved. So, and within the frame of the symposium is something that you will see here on the banners and you have seen during the day. So we have a newly inaugurated institute that is the Institute for Digital Agriculture and Advanced Analytics. Okay, and this institute is nothing that is just a person, but it's a combined effort from multiple faculty. So we have here Trevor Heffley from statistics, Brian McCornack from entomology, AJ Sharda from biological agriculture engineering. So we have Pascal Hitzler from computer science, and we have Sean Hutchinson from geography, and we have also Susan Metzger as our also part of the co-director staff. And this is something that we have been working for the last 2 years. in many discussions, conversations, and trying to think about how we need to bring forward interdisciplinarity, and also how we need to start rethinking the way that we want to train the next generation of students, leaders. Okay, and we're not thinking about the next 5 years. We are thinking about 20 to 30 years. Okay, and we have this complaint all the time. Good complaints always. I'm very good in listening to that. That how we do is start training people, and how we need to start thinking about what company industry is looking. They always make a comment, and one of our John Deere contacts as an industry, they say we are looking for professionals that they are one third, one third, one third. So, which means that they are one third agronomists, one third statisticians, and one third engineers. And then we start asking those questions and saying, are we really training the future workforce? Are we really open and giving that flexibility to the students to develop their own career path? And then one of the things that we start thinking about the institute is working on these aspects and working more heavily. Okay, and you will see efforts like this one that they are part of the institute. You will see new efforts coming from more industry, public-private collaborations that they are coming from the institute, and you will be seeing much more coordination, and all the things that they are expecting to see in the next coming months is ideation, looking at more developing team and interdisciplinary approaches. And this is what the institute is planning to do. We're very proud of helping and supporting the next generations, and I can say that everything has been done and is possible just because of the tremendous leadership. So thanks, Marshall, and also President Linton, because without them, I mean, everything and all our vision and all our ideas, they just kind of have fly. So I appreciate all the support on that. So without further ado, I mean, I will just show the next one, please. And when you think about the institute, and we have a booth, so if you have more questions, if you want to know learn more about the institute, I mean, we'll have someone always outside. I mean, it could be me, myself, Trevor, Brian, AJ. So feel free just to stop by. I mean, if you have any questions about thinking about your career, thinking about where you want to go, we want to prepare leaders. So that's our challenge. We want to prepare people that they have a different type of training. We're looking at driving decisions. So Corteva today talk about this kind of this idea of not really data science, but decision science. And that's a nice concept. It's not just the data alone, but it's just converting the data into a decision. And I think that we're all in this together. And then we want to emphasize our kind of a new culture on embracing industry, working together, and moving things forward. And that's is what we are planning to do as a new institute and university. So with that, I will just invite our panelists. Valentina is going to be the moderator of the panelists today, and is going to present them. So if you want to start coming to the podium, thank you so much.
So hi everybody. I will present myself because I never present myself yet. So I'm Valentina. I'm a PhD student working with Ignacio, and I'm super excited to be collaborating on this symposium today. So I want to welcome the panel speakers and thank them for being here today. We really appreciate that a lot. So I will start from Marshall. Marshall Stewart is the Senior Vice President for Executive Affairs, University Engagement and Partnership, and Chief of Staff here in K-State. We then have Maya. We already met Maya. She's working at Cortiva. Kelly Welting, it's coming from Future Farmers of American. She's an advisor in education, if I'm not wrong. Great. And lastly, we have Dana Ladner from Kansas Department of Agriculture. She's a compliance education coordinator. Okay, so I will start with the questions. The idea is to have around 20 to 30 minutes of questions, and I will be asking, and we will try to do an interactive answers, and then we will hand over to listen the questions from you guys, and feel free to make any question you consider important, we will really appreciate it. And I will start making questions to each speaker, but we can collaborate among all of us. So, Marshall, I will start making a question. So we all know that recently, just a couple months ago, K-State launched the next gen K-State plan, which is looking for how K-State wanna work in the next 10 years. So the first question is, how is K-State planning to train the people to use these technologies or all this new knowledge that we presented today in agronomy? So how is K-State planning to address all this new technology coming in terms of training people?
Well, first of all, let me say thank you for having us. This is an exciting opportunity. We're very excited about the new Institute for Digital Agriculture, and certainly I speak on behalf of President Linton today to say we're excited for what it can do for not only this institution, but more importantly for those people who need the knowledge and information across the country. When we think about student experience, we know at K-State right now, if you were to look at all the indicators, all the metrics, we do an incredible job with our student body at large. We always come out well on that. Employers tell us across the board we do well. If you look at the percentage of students who go into the degree area of where they got a degree and is it aligned with their career, we do extremely well. So what we're talking about doing here with this particular institute, and in particular in the area that you've talked about today, is how do we ratchet that up? How do we take it to the next level? So I think one thing we want to do is make sure that our students have the experiences that give them real hands-on applied experiences. I had a opportunity last week to be sitting and visiting with our governor about the Digital Agriculture Institute, this very institute. And one of her questions was, what differentiates you from others? What is it that will separate the work at Kansas State University from others? And I said, I think it's going to be the engaged student applied experience. Our folks here have the opportunity, and some of our faculty do an incredible job of scaling knowledge and scaling the technologies across large areas of the state. And I think that's the distinctiveness we have, is that ability to take what is new technology and figure out how to bring it into bear in the workplace, on the farm, in the ranch, et cetera. So I think the differentiation for our students is going to be that applied piece, knowing not only the technology and what it can do, but real life seeing how it happens. So what we look forward to is a student having the opportunity to work regardless of their maybe initial discipline coming out of engineering, arts and sciences, agriculture, whatever, to have the opportunity to move into this space, because problems that face agriculture, and I don't have to tell this group that, or problems that face the world, and for that matter, don't come by college or discipline. They're interdisciplinary. So we want our students, not only our faculty, not only to work in the interdisciplinary space, but we also want our students to learn that way, because what that does is ups the game in problem solving, critical thinking, all the things working in teams, all the things that industry tells us they want. I think another layer of this that I would add on to that is we are working really hard to ensure that all of our programs, including this one, are aligned with today and tomorrow's workforce needs. And again, we know that students, when they graduate, are going to change jobs many times over. They're going to think they're going into a career, but they're going to be taking jobs that don't even exist today many times over. I look at myself. I didn't know this existed when I was in college because it didn't exist as it does today. So we have to prepare people to be nimble, to be flexible, to have the dexterity in the career, to have the technical expertise so that they can move across areas a long term. And certainly an institute like this is going to prepare students in a way with the great faculty we have and the facilities we can evolve to, that will really prepare that student for whatever they may face, whatever opportunity there is in the future. And we think that's why this is important for Kansas State University.
Great, thank you, Marshall. Does anybody wants to add? Okay, so we know we are here making a discussion on the workforce of tomorrow and what that will look like in the next 10 to 20 years. So the next question for you, Marshall, or I would like to get the input of everybody on this one. It's that what are the skills needed for this next generation of professionals that maybe were not so important in the past, and now maybe we have to focus on some different or new skills for the next generation.
When you ask that question, I think about my background. I grew up as an ag teacher. That's where I started my career, and certainly came up through FFA and all those wonderful experiences in my life. It's because of that. I'll give a kudo to FFA. Because of FFA and 4-H and things like that, that I am where I am. There's no doubt. It put me in the trajectory to go to college and all the things that have been great in my life. But when I think about what students need, they need as much technical. I mean, you talked about it a while ago. Students need to have engineering or good at business or be good at data, well, those kind of areas, as was talked about when we were being introduced. But on top of that, they really need to know how to lead. And one of the great things we have at this university is the Staley School of Leadership. So one of the areas we're looking at today is there a way that when a student, let's say they really want to focus in digital agriculture, is there a way for us to up the game in the leadership piece so that they walk out with a leadership credential as well? So that they go out with those extra skill sets so that regardless of how that industry moves, they can move with it. If you think about people and when they decide to go to college, they have a career in mind. Typically, this is what I want to do. And sometimes, many times over, a student will actually change their mind while in college, much less think about us and where we all started out and what we're doing today. Many of us had no idea we'd be doing what we're doing today, me included. And I think the trick to that has been a continual learner, always curious, always thinking about the future, trying to learn more information, to try to work in those spaces that maybe nobody else is in, to be a person who's willing to go to the edge where innovation really occurs. Those are things that we can teach our students that taking risk is a good thing. And I think that's why this institute's going to be really critical because it is on the edge of innovation, has the opportunity to take us further out, and as we do that, our students will be alongside of us. So regardless of where they end up 25, 30 years down the road, we've given them the skills to be nimble enough, flexible enough, have the dexterity to again move in those careers of not only today but of the future. Because digital ag, for instance, I think back in my life when I was an undergraduate, which has been a long time ago now. There was digital agriculture. I couldn't have told you what it was when I was in East North Carolina, growing up in tobacco fields and seeing the immense growth of the swine industry and sweet potatoes becoming a thing that we really grew and all the things that happened in that part of the state. Digital ag was not something on our radar. And today we think about it almost like it's normal. Well, there'll be a new normal over the next decade, next 15, 20 years. That will continue to happen. And our students have to be prepared to be in whatever that new normal is.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I will like the answer of
Yeah, no, I'd love to add some a little bit from a industry perspective, but agree so much a lot with the points you're making, Marshall. But maybe I want to start just with a few things that I don't think haven't changed over the years, such as leadership skills, communication skills, and collaboration skills. So those have all been critical skill sets that industry and academia and nonprofits have relied on with our people. So I'd say don't forget about some of those critical skills, also including critical thinking. And I'd say that one is becoming more and more important as we're getting into the world of ChatGPT and other tools that are making our lives easier by automating certain tasks that like Hannah was did a great presentation on, but also require more and more critical thinking to really understand where it is helping you and where it's going wrong. But in terms of a couple of skill sets that I see is really critical from a technical perspective, that's becoming more and more important these days. One is really being able to deal with data at scale. As I was saying in many of the presentations today, we're describing is we have access to, orders of magnitude more data than we've ever had before. And so a really important skill set, whether, whatever area of analytics you're working on is to be able to manage data at scale. And to get that practice, as part of your grad school curriculum, so you can be prepared entering in this kind of industry that's at scale. And then the second one is actually
not just applying critical thinking to things like ChatGPT and other tools, is actually also learning how to leverage those to become more effective yourself. So some of these things, will become more and more automated, like the Copilot for programming. And so the folks who are going to be successful are the ones who can leverage those effectively to do your work more effectively, but then really add a depth of expertise that only you can provide.
I'll just add from the high school perspective and from the National FFA's perspective. The National FFA organization, if you're at all familiar with it, has evolved since when it was incepted in 1928. And I think that that's one of the things that we can look about in education is how are we evolving and how are we teaching our students to evolve. If we look, most of our students across the country are one-to-one with technology in their schools, but do they know how to use that technology and do they know how to use the data and the critical thinking? So I think as educators, that's something that's really important for us is not only giving them access to that technology, but then also showing them how do you use it for your future. When I look back to the FFA organization or ag education, one of the things that's really important that we do is we give our students those experiences, whether it's in our classroom, in our laboratories, or when they're going out and competing or performing against other students, they're able to take that technology, make it an experiential learning, and being able to grow so that when they do go on to college, they go on to those careers, they're able to use those same skills or that same skill set that they used in high school to be able to evolve it into that next generation of a career or a future entrepreneurship that they might have.
I'm just going to add on from the Department of Agriculture viewpoint when we're out in the state. One of the biggest things we hear about is communication. We're good at talking amongst ourselves or in our lab group or in our work group, but can we talk to that end user? Today, I sat here as a social scientist and I stayed awake all day. So I was pretty excited about that piece of it because it's way over my head, all of your topics. But as you're working on these great projects in the future of agriculture, remember who your end user is. Can you communicate what you're working on in your project to the person that's in the field and is going to be utilizing that technology? So that communication piece is vitally important to be able to branch out a little bit. Because if you are agronomists and engineers and computer scientists and bio and ag engineers, the whole gamut, can you communicate within yourselves? I mean, everybody's got different definitions of verbiage that you use every day, but is that the same across? And is that the same way it's going to be communicated when it gets down to the field level or to the industry level?
Thank you. Maya, I will have a question for you now. So we were discussing about this earlier, and this is related with your presentation. Maybe you presented all the technologies and projects that Cortiva is currently working on, and I want to ask you what challenges in terms of human capital or soft skills do you think will be needed in the future, or that companies like Corteva will have to face for new professionals to acquire those skills?
Yeah, great question. We've already, started to bridge this topic because on the one hand, the deep technical expertise that you all would provide to Corteva is incredibly valuable, and that's the basis of our scientific innovation and how we can bring, new innovation solutions to our farmers. So, the I can't stress enough the importance of data science, statistics, like the great presentation we heard on statistics today, engineering, field science, and agronomy. But if we don't bring that together with some of the soft skills, such as we were just discussing communication, it can be very challenging first to collaborate in an interdisciplinary environment like Corteva. So we have to be able to convince each other internally that our ideas make sense, that we should continue investing down a path that we'll reach the right solution, the right conclusions. And then we have to be able to convince our external stakeholders, whether it's strictly a farmer or another industry stakeholder or the public in general, that our solutions truly are bringing new value. They're helping with sustainability to bring more yield, and it's a good use of technology. So in terms of soft skills, communication, I can't stress that enough, is incredibly important. And then the next one I would say is that ability to collaborate, because it does require bringing, all of our solutions require bringing together multiple types of expertise and different perspectives to help solve a problem. Hannah gave a great example of a looked like a insolvable problem, and then it looked at it from a different perspective. So having diversity of perspectives in the room is really how we can reach that new level of innovation. So highly value all my colleagues who are coming in with very different backgrounds, bringing together to solve some of our problems.
Thank you, Maya. I will hand now to Kelly. Um, so, Kelly, as an educator of FFA, I wanted to ask you, how has technology and digital agriculture evolved during your career in terms of applying it to education, and where do you see it going in the next 10 years?
So I've been a teacher for 23 years now. And so when I went to my first job, they actually had an Apple 2E computer, was the first computer that was there. And from now, where students with one-to-one, and of course, every student is carrying around a smartphone as well too. But it's not just that technology; it's also ways that in agriculture education, when it first started, was probably very much like we are teaching technical skills in the shop and we're teaching about agriculture and agronomy and farming. And all of those things are extremely important. But with the technology we have now, we've been able to help our students connect their science classes, their math classes, engineering, reading to how that connects to agriculture. And, we've talked a couple times interdisciplinary, but how do those build upon each other? So with the curriculum for agri-science education, we use a lot of the Vernier equipment, which has a lot of the testing data that shows our students how you can take um, do a test and it can go directly into a graph, and how do we interpret that graph? Whereas before we were probably writing it down on paper, they might have fallen asleep before we ever got to the graph and the analysis part. Even in, I teach welding, and we put in a sensor into the temperature of where we were putting our welds to cool off, and how quickly did that heat up. And it was something that those students could start to look at, that beforehand it was just cooling off a weld. So being able to connect that information has been extremely important. And so I would say the technology has been being able to take our stuff from the science and math, incorporate it into agriculture with some of the equipment that we've got. Of course, we have some programs that have drones and robotics, but the biggest barrier that we face is resources and the time to be able to teach that. Uh, Watching the presentations, we would love to be able to take in robotics or drones, but currently K-State just offered that, I think 2 years ago, started offering it to ag education teachers. And so how do we train all of the rest of our teachers to be able to bring that to our students? And then in education, there's never enough money to go around, no matter what level you're at. So how do we get those resources into our students' hands so that we can grow that future workforce for the businesses that are out in the United States and globally?
Thank you. I will head it now to you, Dana. So my question is, what are the biggest challenges that you think that Kansas agriculture is facing in the next 20 years, and how is the KDA planning to support farmers in these challenges?
Thank you. I think one of the biggest challenges in our state is recognizing that Kansas agriculture is so much more than production agriculture. There are so many different avenues of agriculture in our state, from digital ag to production to, flour milling, breweries, wineries. So, a challenge in our state is to recognize we've got a lot of great things going on within our state, because it is an $81 billion economic driver for the state of Kansas. And we've got about 13% of the workforce. So, the challenge to start off is workforce. There are not enough people in Kansas to have the supply that we need for the future, whether it's somebody coming straight out of high school, 2-year technical, 4-year, or an advanced degree. We need them all, and we need to recognize that we need them all for our workforce with that. And a way to do that, even for graduate students and professors, is to offer those, in addition to industry, some very meaningful hands-on opportunities for young people to come into your labs to see what you're doing. I know a lot of it's uh, confidential information, but one day they're not going to pick it all up, so you'll be okay with that. But what can they do to actually realize what you do? Why should they be excited about a career in what you do and what the future is going to be? So provide those immersive activities, even if it's a half a day or a day. It doesn't take that much out of your big schedule with it to make sure that they have an opportunity. So small groups, find out if you can get 6 or 8 young people into your lab to see what you're doing, or have them go to the field with you when you're ready to test some of your technologies with it, so they know what's going on. So those immersion programs are really very meaningful. And in the state of Kansas, besides workforce, water is our second biggest challenge, and that's not only quantity, but it's also quality. And so quantity, we think about the Ogallala Aquifer. So those of you working with technology, what can we do together to have better crops, better cropping system, better technologies, better irrigation systems, nozzles, all the way down, sensors, to where we can make sure that the water that we do have, we still have. There are places in our state that within the next 20 years may be without groundwater. So just think about that. That's very real if you're following along at all with the Ogallala Aquifer and how quickly it is going down with that. And quality. I mean, we don't think about it that often. Everybody thinks we've got great drinking water. We don't. So those are other projects that can be looked at in a number of the disciplines that you have, is to make sure that communities, big and small, have great water management and treatment plans with that. And the other thing that's really, really important with it is agriculture. We need to be willing to adapt the technology. And a big piece of that is connectivity and the upload capability. When you listen to folks talk about connectivity, it's, oh, you can download music and Netflix. And I think about it, I'm like, no, you can upload data. And so for the state of Kansas and Department of Ag, one of our biggest pushes is with the connectivity piece is the upload speeds, not only to get fiber and connectivity to every acre, but make sure that those capabilities that you can upload that information and not be able to sit there, take it home at night and have it make sure that it goes maybe while you're in bed, maybe it's not going to upload, it's going to have a glitch on it. So, really, workforce, water, connectivity are some of the biggest challenges that we have. In addition to, we need to feed the world, and by 2050, we need to double all of our production. So, some pretty big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Dana. I will have the next one to you, Maya, again. So we've been talking about making transdisciplinary teams to face problems. So how do you think Corteva is focusing the research programs or the work from a transdisciplinary perspective? Is Corteva taking any steps on this regard?
Yeah, I would say being interdisciplinary is incredibly important to the work that Corteva does, and fundamentally, like as I mentioned, Corteva is a seeds and crop protection company, and so you think about the education and backgrounds of someone coming into the world of seed production, plant breeding, agronomy, etc., versus the education and background of someone coming into the crop protection world. So the traditionally chemistry, organic chemistry, crop protection focused field trials. And really for Corteva to be successful and for our farmers to be successful, we need to be able to merge those two disciplines together. So I would say from the very start, we've been interdisciplinary and really have to think about both kind of the biology and the chemistry sides of our products. And then now we are adding on a whole nother discipline, which is really the digital ag and the advanced analytics components. And so those are incredibly impactful, both just within the seed side as well as within our crop protection side. When you think about, again, advances in plant breeding, how we can use machine learning, precision phenotyping, or in crop protection, how we can use algorithms to predict, our next generation of active ingredients or our model proteins. But then again, as you think about bringing those together for a whole farming solution for our farmers, you really need to be able to understand the impact across that whole spectrum of everything from, what seed product you place in what field, what management practices the farmer is going to use, what crop protection chemicals you recommend that they apply, and when, so they get the best possible outcome. And so this is truly agriculture, and Corteva in particular is a very interdisciplinary field.
Thank you, Maya. So before I hand the mic to the public to make some questions, I would like to give you some space if you wanna comment or bring another any other point that you think was relevant during the symposium or something you wanna add.
I'll add one thing, and then and that is that the 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 real success of all of this that we are planning to do and that we are actually now doing. It was said earlier that there was a group of faculty here who had been working on this for a couple of years. Some of them are in the room, and I will never forget the day I went into a room with them, and we were having this conversation. They were telling me about what they wanted to do, and they've been working hard on it for some time now. And they basically said, "How do we launch this?" And I said, "I think you just did." And they were like, What does that mean?" And I said, "Well, you've done all the work. There's a need there. Why don't we just do this?" Now, granted, I'd only been here for about 90 days when I said that. But I think one of the things that truly is different and will continue to be different at Kansas State University, given President Lunton and the leadership team that we're assembling now, is that we're going to go do stuff. That's a pretty simple way to put it. We've got talent, we've got drive, there's need in the state, in the country, in the world, and we just need to do it. And so the university, for instance, is investing in this initiative. We're doing a central investment. We also know that three colleges are investing. A group that we have here on campus called Innovation Partners is also investing. We're doing some internal investing to get this thing going because it's the right thing to do. We're also asking the state to look at an investment in this as well. What I would encourage all of us in here that have any affiliation with Kansas State or even other institutions or wherever you may be from is it's time to do this stuff. It's universities. I don't know if you have noticed this. We're notorious for talking a lot about things and then finally getting around to it. We are getting around to it here, and it's time to go. So I guess if there was one thing I would say about this initiative or others that we may do is it's go time. We have got to go and do this stuff. It's time. Our students deserve it. The industry needs it. The world's ready for us, all that stuff. So let's just go do it. And I know that it's not going to be because of people like me that it happens. It's going to be because of faculty, graduate students, undergraduate students, people that get involved, industry partners, all that happening. That's what's going to make this happen. So I think all of us collectively can do a whole lot more together than we could do apart. So we're excited about this initiative and many others to come.
My only point to add was about engaging our community, our schools, our young people, and it kind of goes along with what both were saying. Is there are so many opportunities that are out there that our students don't know about, and our teachers might not know about it as well either. Our teacher workforce is very young. We have about 40% that have taught 5 years or less, and the other ones that are left, the 60%, have probably taught 20 years or more. So a lot of the technology that's out there, they don't know about it and don't necessarily have the time. So this is a great way to engage high schools, to engage young people, leadership organizations like the FFA, finding ways to create a diverse experience for those students, and it helps to build your future workforce and what you're doing. And you never know, they might be the ones that would get down on the ground underneath those corn canopies for you, yeah, and be able to do that research. But I think creating those experiences for students helps to not only broaden their horizon but also those educators, and then also supporting your local student organizations. And of course, I'm pretty biased with the FFA and the diverse experience and the leadership that it provides. So letting the people in your community, the administrators, those know how important it is to developing the leaders of tomorrow. Because if we have a problem to solve, it's going to be our leaders who are going to solve that. And so if we invest in them, it's going to turn back and be able to help us solve those problems.
Thank you.
Well, actually, I'll take this opportunity to echo some of the comments that my colleague Jason actually gave right before the lunch, which is to take full advantage of opportunities like this symposium. These are fantastic opportunities, not only for you to have the chance to communicate about what you're working on, but also, as Jason was saying, to meet others in your field and adjacent fields and make those connections that in some cases will last your entire career, and then you'll be leveraging consistently as you go forward. I can speak, personally. When I was a grad student, these kinds of experiences where the day-long symposiums or longer conferences helped me boost my communication skills, my networking skills. And so just echo Jason's comments from earlier, so take full advantage of these opportunities.
Kind of wrap it up with a challenge to everybody here is as your grad students and working with your major professors, et cetera, make sure that you understand the why, but why you're doing this. You may be working on a project, but why are you doing it? If you're staying in Kansas and you're working with water, what's the economic impact? What are you doing to find out what the most sustainable crops are for Western Kansas? What's the marketability of those crops? Things that really are important to those in your communities. And we've all talked about communities. Everybody's from a community and everybody's going to a community. So you're going to be leaving your little community of K-State graduate students and you're going to be entering the workforce. So you're going to have a new community. So find your people in your community and find out what's important and give back to your communities with that to find out what's important, because some of the greatest challenges and that may be out there you may solve for a local community because you're part of a club or organization within your community. So when you get home from work, find something else to do to give back, and you might have a bigger impact on your local community by giving back that way. And so, community, when we talk about it, is a big network. So just remember that people have given of their time and talents to you, and make sure you take those time and talents to give back to others, but find out what those local challenges are and what the why is of what you're doing.
Thank you very much for all your insights. So now we will head the questions to the public. If you already have some questions, I really encourage you to ask them. And if not, I encourage you to think any thought you would like to ask to professionals like them. This is the opportunity to try to ask anything you would like to know for your future career or something like that. So, yep, if anybody has a question, please raise your hand.
As a former educator, nobody leaves until there's at least one question from those. So everybody needs to wake up with this piece now.
Okay.
Hi. I was going to ask a question kind of on the education side of things. What are the challenges that you see, especially kind of post-pandemic? How is the world different now in terms of the challenges being faced, the students coming up through the high school level and maybe the students, just starting at Kansas State? How are those challenges kind of maybe new and different in this world?
You take it high school. You go first, and I'll go.
Uh, from the high school level and really from the education level, I think the biggest thing is finding out where students are right now. We have some students who lost a lot during the shutdown to some students who continue to work and maybe even went 2 or 3 grade levels above. And so we're at a place in education where students are varying levels, but yet are all in the same grade and in the same classroom for that teacher to differentiate those instructions from. So I think that is a big challenge. I also think the challenge is right now, is traditional education the right thing to do, or are we on the breaking point of future education? And that's not something I can answer in a panel, but I do think it's something to look at. Uh, when I go back to like the FFA organization, I always tell my students, I said, it is such a diverse group of experiences that you can get. So anything from uh, your agronomy judging, because I know there's a lot of agronomy students in here, your soils judging, your envirothon, but also we have stuff like the agri-science fair where students can take on a project themselves and really build it. And so getting involved in those organizations allows those students, when they're at varying levels, to find what meets their own needs and then be able to grow in themselves, their personal growth, to be able to find what interests them. Some days I wish all of our classes had those opportunities and all students had those opportunities. So I'm very thankful for this programs that have the FFA and allow that, because I really do think that helps our students, helps define themselves and gives them that diversity. And uh, getting students all to the same level, it's going to be a problem, I think, post COVID that we're going to be facing for a few more years down the road.
Yeah, I'll build on that. I think if you look at higher education today, there's three themes that you see appear all the time, and it doesn't matter what discipline. It cuts across all types of students, where they're from, backgrounds. Those three themes that you see as critically challenging for students today. One is student debt. You hear them; they're worried about that, and obviously for obvious reasons. The accumulation of debt, which they then get saddled with beyond college. So that's a concern. Another one that you hear a lot about is student mental health, which I believe was truly, if anything, accelerated by COVID because of the disruption in what we saw in life. And the third one is food insecurity on college campuses. A lot of people don't realize that, but food insecurity always comes up as one of the top three issues on a college campus. I think it's interesting. We have a wonderful resource here called Cat's Cupboard that we've had wonderful donors to put together basically what is a grocery store. Not only do students have full access to that, we also have staff that work in staff positions that access that as well. So you wouldn't think in a country like we live in that would be the issue that it is, in particular on a university campus like Kansas State University, but it very much is an issue. So you take those three issues: student debt, you take student mental health, and you take food insecurity, and then you put in the middle of that the pandemic. What we have seen here is, and I think people will begin to understand this: a student was in high school and they didn't get to go to graduation. They didn't maybe get to go to the senior dance. They didn't get to play high school football or whatever it was, wherever they were from. There were variations of this all over the country. So they, in many ways, they lost a year of maturity. They lost the sort of the bumps and scrapes you get as growing up as a high school student, which matures you. It kind of shapes you and helps you, and everything's not success, and some things are failure, and but they miss that, and they can't be blamed for that because they were secluded and in many communities, and so what happens is then you push forward about 3 years, they're still adjusting to things that they should have probably been adjusted to 3 or 4 years ago because they missed those experiences. And I think you see it. I mean, I know we do see it. There's no doubt we see it. So universities are adapting. Our student services and all those different areas have really ramped up. We do more intervention, more coaching, more advising that we maybe used to didn't do for lots of reasons. Maybe we should have been doing it anyway, but we're doing it better now to ensure that students stay on track, our retention rates stay strong, et cetera, because those are real life concerns. So when you bring that into this space as faculty, graduate students, people that are concerned from a partner perspective, I think that's the reality of life. And universities are a reflection of what's going on in society. And I would have you think about that. Universities are a micro of the broader society because whatever we're happening is happening for us. It's happening in communities all across the country. It's happening. I guarantee you, there's mental health crisis in rural America, for instance, that is at a, a spike today we've never seen among farmers, for instance. Suicide rates nationally are in a very tough situation. If you look at food insecurity, used to be food insecurity was in certain maybe urban populations and et cetera. There were certain underserved areas that people looked at. There's food insecurity across the board. There's food insecurity in rural communities, small communities, large communities. Food insecurity is all over the place now. And then if you look at, the issues of debt and just financial literacy, which where it really begins is giving students the skill sets in that. Another whole issue. So when you think about students and the journey and what they're on the learner and what that's about, it's really important for us as an institution to do our part. Great programs like agricultural education, FFA do a terrific job. And one of the things I'll give them a commercial on because I know this from experience is organizations like FFA give students a place of belonging. It gives them an identity. It gives them something they can feel because they all wear blue and gold corduroy jackets. It gives you some identity. There's not this, it cuts away a lot of the hierarchy you see in a lot of places in society. Yeah, there are people that win in awards and things like that, but there's this community that happens there. And once you've been in it, you know what learning to do and doing to learn, earning to live and living to serve is all about. It's in your culture. It becomes part of it. And so I really think it's important that all of us, wherever we sit, have a sensitivity and awareness to what's going on around us. We need to think about that. We are very privileged to be where we are. If you look at conflict around the world, and a lot of stuff happening in the world right now, be it in DC or globally, we need to do what we can to be where we are and be present for each other. I think that's very important. I see students on campus some days walking across, they got their head down, and you can just look at them and tell something's not exactly right. Maybe they didn't do well on a test, or maybe they didn't get breakfast this morning. It's important to stop and speak to that person. Your word of encouragement may mean everything. It may not mean a whole lot to you, but it may mean everything to them. And it may mean they keep going to school. And it may mean they keep stay in it, that they don't feel lost. They think, well, somebody does care enough to say hello. So I think all of that is on all of us. And that's not just university, it's not just high school. It's all of us in society and in civility and in caring for one another need to think that way. Because if we do that, then students come in prepared to learn, they're prepared to do the work, they're prepared to be in digital agriculture or whatever it is. But if you've got all that baggage on you as you come in to do this work, it's awfully hard to think about a technology when you're dealing with all that baggage. So I would encourage all of us to help lift that baggage off somebody else so they can go ahead and be the achiever and the person of excellence that they want to be and that all of us would desire they be.
Thank you. Thank you, Marshall, Maya, Kelly, and Dana. I'm really glad we closed the speaking part of the symposium with this discussion. I think we are talking a lot about a transdisciplinary approach to the challenge that we're going to face in the future. And it's not only an institutional challenge to make it transdisciplinary, but it's also this personal challenge about starting to look around us and start to look outside our specific projects and just engage with the community and what the people around us need. I think this is also part of being transdisciplinary. So thank you very much, and let's give them a round of applause. We will now head to the poster session. We will try to make it a little bit longer than an hour. We will be judging. Each poster gonna have two judges, and we're gonna select three winners of the posters. It's not the winners, but it's just a recognition we wanna give to three of the presenters. And at the same time, I encourage you to use the poster session space and the space outside this room where the booths are located. We have a booth of the Sunderland Foundation Innovation Lab. We have AWA, Cortiva, and a booth from the Digital Institute that Ignacio presented a few minutes ago. So I encourage you to go through the posters and try to do networking, connect with people you don't know, try to exchange contacts and do questions and just try to interact with each other. We have a lot of great people here today. So, and yeah, we will meet a few minutes after 5 to give some last words and mention the students who got the recognitions from the posters. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. The ones that are in the poster session, we invite you to come in. We are going to announce the winners of the poster session.
Hey, everybody. So we are back. We are trying to finish the winners of the poster competition, and we will give the results in just less than 5 minutes. So just to let you know, yeah, stay here for a little bit more, and then we will close. Thank you.
Se van a ver ahí, pero no, no. Chao, chao. Sí, o sea, lo puedo anunciar si quieres. Van siempre con antes. Pero este es la parte. Tiene facilidad. De banda ya, no, ya, no te vuelves. No te vuelves. Pero si no sé, bueno. Thank you. What you shall say? Ahora hay que ver.
Okay, we are ready to announce the winners. Thank you for waiting until the end. So we will go from the third winner to the first one. So in the third place, we want to congratulate Nikki Shrestha. Congratulations, Nikki. Nikki is your name. How do you pronounce it? Nikki, great. So now let's see the second place. Inglung Sang. Congratulations, Inglung. And now let's look for the first place. Benjamin Vale. So thank you all the poster presenters for participating today. We congratulate you all for the effort. We will have certificates and awards that we will be sending to you guys over email in the next few days. And please wait there because we will take a picture to you guys. And with that, we can conclude the event. Thank you all for being here today. I think we had a really good day of presentations and we learned a lot. And we look forward to seeing your feedback of the event and to having you here in the next event, probably next year. Thank you.